great disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
Charles Taylor is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small there, road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our May the 5th edition of the closing argument. We are here, we are set and ready to go. We are all fired up. Our menu is packed. News all over the place. History all over the place. We're going to be discussing some international issue as well. But to our Mexican friends and brothers out there, today is May 5th. Very historic day in Mexico, in the Mexican history. It's called Cinco de Mayo or Cinco de Mayo. That's my Spanish is not that good, but I know it's Cinco de Mayo. It is the day that one of the smallest armies defeated one of the world powers. On May 5th, Cinco de Mayo commemorates the unlikely victory of the Mexican army over the French forces at the Battle of Puebla on May 5th, 1862. Now, I want to remind you, this is not Mexican Independence Day. This is the battle of all battles in Mexican history. The David versus the Goliath. The mighty French army against ragtag folks. Only 2,000 of them with machetes and stakes, borrowed guns, stolen guns, went against the French Empire and defeated them on May the 5th, 1862. Cinco de Mayo, if your French is not good, Mayo is May, Cinco is 5th. So May 5th is a great history that you need to learn and pass it on to your children. You know, we are in a multicultural society. You need to know much about other folks, not just Liberia. Everything is about Liberian politics. No. You have to be well-rounded. You have to know world history. You have to know what's going on around you. So this would say what the significance of May the 5th in the history of Mexico. The general that led that force against the French, May 5th is not only Cinco de Mayo, but it's the day that they honor General Ignacio Zaragoza with his 2,000 men against the French Empire. The main celebrations are in the cities of Puebla, where the battle occurred. They often include military parade, reenactment of the battle, and civic events. You know, like July 26th, we are all in the streets. We wear our best. Your parents work very hard to buy you clothes for 26, and you're in the street. You're going from house to house, from place to place, just marching. Same thing for our brothers and sisters south of here, Mexico. So we want to salute the Republic, the great nation of Mexico. So if you go to work tomorrow or you are at work still, look around, congratulate your Mexican brothers and sisters with whom you work. Today is very important today. In fact, most of them took off today. Today is a national holiday for them. Cinco de Mayo. Go into the park, taste the food, see the culture. Beautiful women, good-looking guys. Same thing. Learn to affiliate, learn to enculturate, learn to assimilate, learn to be somebody else's culture. Put yourself in that shoes. Be that culture. Just as they celebrate with you on July 26th, they try your palm butter, your cassava leaf, your tobagi, your fufu and soup. Go into the park and try the Mexican food. Beautiful foods. The music, great music as well. Great dancers. And you will see that The African culture is alive and well. The Mexican music, they have the salsa, the merengue, and then they have the traditional Mexican songs. You may not understand Spanish, but if you listen to the melodies, it will make you cry. You can tell it is a song of sorrows and struggles. Beautiful. The next time you are going around Newark, New Jersey, New York, the Bronx, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, there's celebration everywhere. Go into the park and intermingle and see what this is all about. Great, 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 guys. We have our menu is packed. There's a lot of news going on in Liberia. We want you to be well informed. We are going to bring you up to speed about history. So now that you have caught up with your Mexican history, let's see what's happening in the Republic of Liberia. For those of you who like G's, we have a lot of them. If you like confrontations, we have a lot of those too. If you like political power, we definitely have those we're going to discuss. Let's go to the biggest political clash in the Republic of Liberia today. Obviously, my brother from Grand Bassa is in the news again. Deputy Minister for Information Minister Daniel Sano calls ex-President Weah a content creator. Sano criticizes Weah over conduct, calls it irresponsible. President Weah fires back. He wants to know who is the dull and foolish person in the room. I want to know who he's talking to. President, we have been busy lately. It looks like he has found his footing. He arrested enough, and he fighting fire with fire. So he wants to know who are the dull ones in the house. Boakai must visit Weah. Unity Party official calls for the direct engagement. Blames aides for blocking Boakai from visiting or extending an olive branch to the former president. A few days ago, you heard from another former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She says she and Joseph Boakai talk maybe once in a while, but she was speaking diplomatically. She wanted to be politically correct. That the relationship between both of them is non-existent. So some officials of the Unity Party are calling on the president to make the first move, as this could lead to reconciliation, something that is badly needed. But then, as usual, as the leader of the country and father of the land, they do not want to directly confront the devil in the room or the big gorillas in the room, which is, like Harry Truman used to say, the buck stops here. At my office, I am the president, and I'll call. When it comes to Joseph Boakai, President Boakai, everybody wants to set the blame on somebody else. They are saying here the president cannot be blamed by his aides and his handlers, he says. The ambassador lied. Ambassador Kuyate said, why Joseph Werker have failed to reach out. It is not him. It is his handlers, people that are around him. You see, instead of being direct and to the point, like Harry Truman used to say, the buck stops with me. I am the head of this snake. I am the head of this nation. I make the call. And when I say go, the buck stops here. Instead, they're trying to flip that theory on its head and say it is not the president, only people who are around the president, preventing him from extending an olive branches to the both past immediate president and the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. If you want to talk about the environmental actions in the Republic of Liberia, we say Green Liberia, the actions over the environmental violations. The EPA have finally made some rulings. They fined ArcelorMittal $185,000 US, which is a drop chicken change. China Union, $50,000. B Mountain, $70,000. And Nugget Arrow Mining, $3,000. Can you imagine? For a mining company that pollutes our water with cyanide, you find them $3,000. Public debate. The ruling Unity Party Secretary General for Monserrato says most parties don't have jobs because they are not qualified. Okay. So if you're going to follow Sylvester Pewee for 2025, you better be qualified or you ain't getting no job. You can dance all you want. Unity Party say, but people want to hire you, but you ain't qualified. That's why you ain't got no job. We're going to look at what the qualifications are, what the standards are. What does it take to work in a Unity Party government? For those who are outside the government, we're going to compare them with those who are in government. Are some of those guys in government, are they more qualified than those who are outside of the government? On national issues, is it after 1 year, questions mount over the LEC boss's shift. When he came to power, he says there will be zero outage in my administration, in this administration, referring to Joseph Boakar's administration. Now he has shifted. He said, we didn't promise you perfect electricity. We didn't promise you electricity. That was not part of our pledge. And then on the sports side, we want to talk about the Liberia under 20. Our girls, the women are doing better than the men. They defeated Guinea-Bissau 2-0 in the WAFU Women's under 20 tournament. They are moving on. Let me welcome the Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's a good thing to be back on the show. I think listening to you started the show. It's good to be back on this very wonderful weather here on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I listen. Yeah, I've been following the headlines in the country, and I listened to you also. But Mr. Gayman, you ought to recall also that Liberia, we do have laws in the country in terms of those funds. You know, so when the funds are, we don't just dump. It doesn't mean if Mr. Gayman is a billionaire, he makes money. Say we're charging $2 million. $2
billion. That's gonna
it doesn't work that way. So
that's how we do it, man.
Yeah. So the laws are on the book, but I told you last time that the EPO are going to actually fund these people, and then as per the source I was talking to me. So those funds, according to the information I'm getting from there, those funds are on the book. If they were to move back and violate again, then the EPA will actually go very good. But the first time if they conduct any investigations, and then if you are to pollute the land, this is what's going to happen. If you went again, second offense, third, then sometimes you can even be suspended or for not operating and the rest of that. So I think they place them on what we call constructive notice, and that is a good news. I know we'll discuss it later on, but it's good. In terms of the total of all those, I think 4 institutions, I think it's around 300,000, and the EPA is saying that 10 polluters that the Liberia environment is not for sale, and that's a very good warning. I want to believe we shouldn't stop finding these people, and that's one of the information I'm getting. They will start suspending and embarrassing. On the government want to come in and embarrass herself, but I think the EPA authority is prepared to move to sometimes suspend or revoke the permit of some of them from operating. I know we want the resources in the country, but I think we need to protect the land. But a lot of things going to unfold, actually.
Great. Before we go, let's talk a little bit about international development and diplomacy. Today is May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, for our Mexican brothers and sisters whom we work, we educate ourselves, we go to school, or the children go to school with us. Today is a big day in the history of Mexico. 1862, the Battle of Puebla, where 2,000 regular ragtag citizens of Mexico took on the mighty French Empire and defeated the French. So today is a historic day in the annals of our Mexican brother. They are celebrating everywhere today you go in the country. They are celebrating. So let's talk a little bit about resistance, culture. Have you eaten some Mexican food, Honorable?
Oh yeah. You know, I live in Arizona before, right?
Okay, there you go.
I live in Arizona, so the first time I ever spent a long time, and all the time I was coming to the U.S. going back there. But when I came first time to stay for school, I spent 2 years in Arizona. So imagine, so Arizona, Mexico, that one, right?
Arizona, Mexico, then New Mexico. Yes, absolutely. Let me welcome Honorable Mozak Dennis. Welcome to the show. Abdullah Dukle, I'm following from Bakidu. I guess that's Lofa County. And then we have Lofa County correspondent of the closing argument, Daniel D. Sharif. I'm following from Vanjima City. Lofa County, thank you very much. Way out there, that's good. Man, you guys are doing well. Way in Lofa County. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Wait, what's going on with the screen today?
Hey, listen, they call us the bats. When we go to Rome, whatever they do in Rome, that's how we do it. They hang us upside down when we survive. I don't know what's going on, but here we are. On the Honorable Pewee, I think there's a way we could centralize the screen.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the screen?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Maybe the other tree should be today. So
okay, they stack us up there.
Wait, so that means we have like sharing rights?
Yeah, right. We are going to have we are stacked on top of each other today, just like so it's all right. But welcome to the show, Fanta. Today is Cinco de Mayo. This is we are celebrating our Mexican brothers and sisters today. Today is May the 5th. It's a major day in the history of Mexico. Wherever you are, you will interact with a Mexican today. I don't care where you are in these countries. Central America, South America, North America, wherever you are today.
What is Cinco de Mayo again? Is that the celebration of the dead?
No. This is the day that the Mexican defeated the French Empire, 1862. About 2,000 ragtag Mexicans said they have had enough of the French. They were going to kick them out, and they fought the empire and defeated the French. And the French had to run with their tails between their legs.
Good. So, we need more Mexicans in Africa.
Yeah, right. So it was a historic day, and they celebrate that day. And believe it or not, Cinco de Mayo is even more celebrated than sometimes the Independence Day, Mexico's Independence Day. That's how big this thing is. So if you go into the park, if you're from Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California, Florida, everywhere, today you will have celebrations all over the place. In the park, they will have concerts, beautiful food, music. I mean, it's unbelievable. So today, to our brothers and sisters from Mexico that are watching us, that we work with, that we interact with, happy Cinco de Mayo. And I'm going to work on my Spanish. Cinco de Mayo. Yes, she said I have to say it right. Cinco de Mayo. Yes, that's my Spanish. I'm doing very well. Cinco de Mayo. So happy Cinco de Mayo. After the show, I'm going to go into the park. I'm going to walk into any restaurant, and I'm going to get free food and free drink. And when I go to either if it's a Mexican restaurant, Brazilian restaurant, or Chilean restaurant, any restaurant from South and Central America, when I tell them I'm from Liberia, the first thing they say, "Oh, Josh, we are." I say, "Yeah, the free drinks." So when I'm in Florida and you want something free to drink or eat, you go into the restaurant, just tell them you're from Liberia, and the first thing you're going to say, "Josh, we are." I say, "Yeah." They say, "Okay, free drinks." So everything has its perks. I'm a Liberian, so at least I can enjoy that. Pewee, I was in South Beach the other day. I went to a restaurant. The guys were from I think they were from Chile, and they asked me where I was from. I said, "I'm from Liberia." The guy just jumped from Myean. They go, "How do they speak English?" "George, we are." I said, "Yeah, free drink, free drink." I said, "Okay."
Oh yeah. Everywhere too. I know he's that blessing to the country. He's an extraordinary icon outside of Liberia. And I before we would debate this in the country, until I have the opportunity of traveling intensively across the world. Whenever, so if you see the passport, even those immigration officers, you see the passport, those are really for me in the European countries. If you went deeply into the European country, other countries are ready for the soccer. The French countries will say Liberia, it's kind of like Josh, all kind of lines. So it is. To the extent, one other time, was it was in Hungary, in Budapest. The guy, basically, the man is moving with George photo in his personal wallet. Look, the guy put it all to show it to the foreign minister. He said, "Josh, my friend, Josh, he played."
It is. I find out sometimes some of these things are so funny. You don't know what you have, right? Like the scripture say, and God knows I'm not a biblical scholar or anything, but they say the preachers are not appreciated at home. That's why when you finish with a rabbinical school or a seminary, they never assign you into your own life. You say, okay, Fanta is an imam or whatever, and they say you go to Cape Man, but oh man, come on, my Fanta, come on man, go, your auntie will come to you, Fanta, go bring my food or go bring my, because you as long as they are concerned, you are their daughter. You can be 90-year-old, you are still their child. Yeah. So usually they send you, but when I go out of town, I went to a funeral. This was crazy. Fanta, I went to this funeral, huge funeral, and my twins, they were friends with one of their friends, with this guy, and his father had passed, and we went, and they were paying tribute. And when they found out that we were the only Liberian in the church, they are escorting the body out. The guy just tapped me on the shoulder. Just come, "You from Liberia? Yeah, you from Liberia? George, we are. I said, "We are at a funeral. We in the church." This guy, then he said, "I'm from Cameroon. I was there with George. We are there." In the church, we are here to pay tribute to somebody. This guy just went on and on. But that is the kind of thing that we're saying. You know, if we were smart enough, Liberia could be making money. Just those two names, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and George Weah, those two names could be a draw for massive tourism. But instead, we're doing nothing. That's Miss Fanta's turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the other name. Like, I think people are still pretending like she was the best thing since sliced bread. I think as the same as Nelson Mandela, they need to be awakened from that slumber. But yeah, definitely George Weah. I mean, he is a phenomenon, and certainly deserves all of the attraction in terms of his accomplishment in soccer. And very much deserve to be celebrated outside of politics. I don't think we can say the same for any other figure in Liberia that has that level of accomplishment as George Weah does outside of politics, right? Just a mere God-gifted talent that has been appreciated, that has been demonstrated to the highest of capabilities, that's been appreciated, that's been rewarded on the international stage. I mean, he is Liberia's proudest son, right? And certainly we could definitely attract a lot of tourists if there was a structure initiative, I think, around him and his soccer accomplishment. You know, speaking of soccer, we've been talking about the LFA. Imagine if the president of the LFA was that innovative to work with him and create something in his honor, where he doesn't just fade away as the ghost of the past, but where younger soccer players coming up who are Liberians can aspire to that, right? I don't think we appreciate that level of talent enough, and it's an opportunity that we're certainly missing. But I think hands down, no one else has reached his level of accomplishment in terms of someone who can attract tourism on a global stage. I'm not talking about academics. I'm not talking about politics. I'm just talking about sheer talent. So yeah, absolutely. Which is why, like, it's so sad, like, when you see what's happening with the LFA, where they're trying to make it like a family business. You know, it sucks. It sucks, and we should absolutely not sit by and allow that to happen. If we're not going to fight back, and any other institution, the LFA definitely, I think we should, and I definitely applaud the step that Casale is taking. And I know that Sekou Keita has also filed an appeal as well. So I'm glad that they're not sitting back, because soccer is that one thing, I think, in our country that just brings everyone together, right? And so it should not be politicized. It should not be as corrupted to deny representation from other parties. I think the diversification is really important in terms of leadership.
Yes, they are. Honorable Pewee, when we are talking about, I know we're going to go into the politics and the other stuff, but you know, just the facade. I usually interact with the American Speakers Bureau, where you see iconic folks giving speeches, appearances, $50,000, $100,000, $1 million an hour. George Weah is right up there. So why is it that the people around the president, they are not selling this man? I mean, just imagine, There have been some great players out of Africa, ECBO, you name it. Only one has won the Ballon d'Or. One. And only one has become Africa's best, world best, European best, a black man to be Euro's best. This is an accomplishment that I think maybe I should make that pitch to the president that, listen, I want to take on this for you. I want to build a library. I want to build a park dedicated to you where people from all around the world can come. I mean, this is unbelievable, Pewee.
Absolutely. Mr. Gayman, you're right about that. I want to think again that, and so we have got some great guys around him, very powerful speech writers. We have people like Leon Eugene Nagbe, very brilliant man, a very, very good communicator, if you will. And it's important in that. And noticeably, I've Madame Salif. She's the only person we have now, and as you said, you're very well right on that. I think the Tourism Commission is also making the approach to engage with her and all of that. Only one person currently is on the global platform that is really doing well is Madam Ellen Johnson Salif. In terms of in the WHO will contact her, UNICEF will contact her. In recent times, she generated more than $1.8 million now into just coming to speak in public area. That in the Washington, D.C. area. The last time she was in, I think, North Carolina. So she's been well in terms of that, right? So, and Mr. Weir, that came from the other side of it. He's a very wonderful and successful athlete. They will change the face of that. I'm being told that there's some work being done behind the scene to ensure that this kind of thing will start to unfold. It's not only going to be FIFA, the World Club Championship that was held last year, June, in New York at the Met Stadium. I've gone to witness the founder. He was also invited. He was a special guest of FIFA. But outside of FIFA, there's a lot of things that can be done, right? A lot of things. We have some powerful clubs across that will make use of some of these things and just push a lot of things all that can engage that. But Madam Salif is doing very well from that perspective for now. And we step in the gap to close it up, and I think he's gonna do very well in terms of those things. But yes, we have folks that it's important for the country. Listen, we have Cote d'Ivoire, for instance. If you move into Cote d'Ivoire, Didier Drogba alone in Cote d'Ivoire, that's the French, the Ivorian outside of Cote d'Ivoire, with push into a lot of things. So he go across the world, particularly in England and in other part of Europe. He uses and he just play at the level of all of his accolade he won was just African best. He won the African best like Samuel Eto'o, right, from Cameroon. But none of them, nobody whatsoever, came close. And the reason why Mr. Weir did not get the Ballon d'Or for the second time in a row was because of that unfortunate fracas that unfolded when the guy attacked him or pulled him to the level. He had to respond.
He lost his cool.
Yeah, he lost his cool, and that is obvious. Sometimes we learn it to always maintain our cool, but that's human tendency. Sometimes you just break it loose and you move on. He would have won it, right? Unfortunately, he didn't win it because of that was from the moral perspective. They were judging him on the discipline line. The A student that from teacher, when he's going A, the medical guys are picking at the call now, man small.
Yeah.
So yes, he failed on that. But I think we should begin to tap into those talents. And there are two we have in the country now that you can go. The Tanzanian president just said it. She even hired Madam Salif to head the from African Union Council of Presidents for them to come to advance for what we call peace and global security peace in Africa. She's been up and down to Tanzania and doing a lot of other things. So she's being called. She's playing a lot of role. She won the Nobel Peace Award. She won a more Abraham Peace. Listen, you don't have to like her, but she's one of the most powerful towering figures we have in Liberia that we can celebrate. No Liberian have ever done that. The Nobel Peace Prize. That's the prize. The current president, your man, is
desperately seeking to have. She wanted more the Prahend Peace Award. Also, she won that. So I mean, that's sort of the reason. UNICEF, WHO, she's one of the tyrant ambassador figure for global health, right? She's on that committee with two other powerful war leader. I mean, a former war leader, if you will. So how can we pull Mr. Weah to do some of those things? I think he's helpless behind the scene working on some things. I think you can pitch that also, and going to be as a former Weah-shen. You can pitch that. I think.
Let me show you this. See this photo?
Mm-hmm.
That's me. That's my first daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's that lady on my left hand side? That is.
Is this the former Secretary of State?
No, that's the former Surgeon General of the United States.
Okay.
Honored President Obama, Dr. Jocelyn Elders.
Okay.
That's who she is.
Wow, Manga boy doing with Democrats.
Listen, man. Listen. Like I tell you, man, I'm a bat. I can hang upside down and no problem. But you know how much I paid for this woman to come be a keynote speaker at one of my events? 25 grand. For 1 hour speech, 25 grand. Obviously, the money didn't come from my pocket. It came from sponsorship and all that stuff. But if this woman, the Surgeon General of the United States, is fetching that much, just imagine what I could do with George Weah.
Oh, yeah. You can pitch
just
that.
imagine what I could do. But, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, and I'm saying to myself, it's all about marketing, right? It's all about public relations. It's about marketing. If President Weah, former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has people in her entourage that understand marketing, they could sell anything. And like Fanta is saying, Fanta is all about marketing. If you have the best product in the world and nobody knows about it, it's worth nothing. And then some guy comes around, and I don't know if you're old enough to have understood there is a marketing ploy here in the United States during Christmas time, something they call chia pet. Okay? Chia. The kids would take the seed of this thing and put it on their head and they put water, and all of a sudden it grows hair just like an afro, right? It's absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing, but it's the hottest thing on the market when Christmas time. All the kids want it. Chia pet.
But for the marketing perspective, I think for Mr. Weah, he can deploy some of those things, and because it's about football, then he will think and he'll pull out of it.
And it's bigger.
But for Madam Sirleaf, I don't think she needs to do anything. Just the last time you saw Kamala Harris here.
But
Kamala said she's my role model. Obama would say this, so she got enormous contact. So for us, she would just receive the invitation.
But look, when you go to the American Speakers Bureau, her picture is there.
Oh yeah, I know that.
And they tell you who to contact when and how much it's fetching. Okay. So why is Weah is not on that roster? Why he is not there? Somebody has to make sure that he gets there.
And you can do that.
Of course I can do that. But you know, you sit there, you say, this man goes to the Middle East. He's like a god in the Middle East. He goes to South America, Central America, forget it. So why? But anyhow, this is what we are talking about when we say, what the folks say, if the house don't sell you, the street will never buy you. So you have to be able to sell yourself. We are all products. You can market yourself. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Ayo, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm trying to sing a Chia Pet song. Yeah, cheer. That's why I say that's what they call it. So she understands it. I know if she has children, her children have been beating her to death. They wanted that stuff. But yeah, that's what it is. But today we have a lot going on in the Republic of Liberia. I want to remind you, if this is your first time hearing it, we have PCA has something now called Save the Date. September 11, 12, and 13, we are going to be in Delaware. It's going to be the former black tie event commemorating the success of this particular platform. And everybody's going to be there. Bring your girlfriends, your boyfriends, your husbands, your children, and come in and celebrate yourself. We'll have more information coming out. We got invitations going out. Everything is coming your way. But in the meantime, save the date. Is September 11, 12, and 13. I think the 11th is Friday. It's meet and greet. Saturday is the event. Sunday we close out with a cookout. So we got a whole package there in the Delaware area. So if you are in the DMV, this is for you. This is your chance. In fact, there will be only 200 tickets sold. You don't want to be outside the gate looking in, so you better be ready to buy your ticket up front. The hall can only hold 200. So first 200, man, don't come and say, I'm related to Pewee. No, you didn't buy your ticket. You will stand outside. Or, find out I'm a girl, man. Find out my son went to Cathedral. We went to St. Teresa Convent. That's fine. Come back next year. That's how it is. So it's September 11, 12, and 13. Ayo, I'm talking to you. Look, where Abu Kamara coming from? He ain't been here for a while. 7 months, he just coming. He said, we're not inviting nobody from Liberia. And your boss, man, Joseph Boyka said, Trump coming for you. You remember Pewee? Boyka said, you said that Trump coming to deport you, Trump coming for you. You keep that be bargaining. We're not sending you any invitation, Kamara. Go to your boss, man. Let him send you. Find out we got a lot going on today in Liberia. We have a lot of politics and politics going on. The first thing on the agenda here is, a few months ago, we were able to bring my brother from Grand Bassa County. His name is Sano. Daniel Sano came out here, and we grilled him because he was unprofessional in dealing with folks on the podium. He would be cursing folks. He would be using some words that are unbecoming of a diplomat. And he came out here, he says, I was learning on the job.
He said he was what?
Learning on the job, and and I said, yes, that we all go through that period. It's a phase. So he has been polished. He's not using those words like he's crazy, mosquito brain, you dumb, and all. He doesn't use those anymore. But he says here that ex-President George Weah basically now has become a content creator where he speaks, and obviously he's George Weah. When he speaks, he's going to attract the whole world, and he's a content creator, meaning, we don't want to take him seriously. He's taking the airway for attention, which I know he doesn't have. But here we are. So Daniel Sano is saying George Weah is basically a content creator. If you're deputy minister for the Republic of Liberia, will you speak to another person, another diplomat, another person higher than you, try to relegate them to content creator?
And what's his current position? I'm sorry.
Deputy Information Minister.
I think we're giving these people too much attention. He cannot match up to George Weah's accolades, and so he's going to find any rubbish that can be spewed for attention. And hey, in the world of free speech, he is entitled to his speech, right? We cannot prosecute that. At the end of the day, I think the former president's team needs to, the former president needs to think about really building a formidable team, a formidable communication team, surrounding himself with the right people, where he stands a much better chance for 2029 if he is intended on running. I think the Unity Party and their minions have been emboldened due to the lack of actions from the people, from the opposition. And so they feel they can do and say whatever with impunity. And hey, at the end of the day, the best way to shut those people up is to beat them at their own game. You cannot take the stand of being reserved. I know that may be his natural disposition, but he needs to understand in the time of in this time, it's we're at war, right? We're completely at war, not just for the integrity of our nation, but for the soul of our nation against the people who are committed to complete evil. And at the end of the day, anybody can say what they want to say, but the way to shut them up is by preparing and making sure that what you're building, it's quite formidable to knock them out of the race. That's exactly what needs to happen. And I also just wanted to add that, you know, the thing that we can say, the one thing we can say about Ellen, at least as a person who I think it's really important that we remove the rose-colored glasses. As a woman, as a young person, we remove the rose-colored glasses and sometimes remove the pedestal that we put our leaders on because they're truly undeserving of it. And when we don't understand how geopolitics works, we fall into error of maintaining that pedestal perspective. The Nobel Peace Prize is rigged. You have the body that votes for the Peace Prize is made of what, 5 politicians, and we know that it is not an independent body. So it's not made of independent people with independent thinking brains, minds to come up with their own conclusions. It is completely rigged. And to celebrate that like as any type of accolade, in fact, it doesn't even have the prestige that it once had. And yeah, someone can make the justification to say, yeah, the president of the United States is going like after it, but that if that is the justification, then it's very far off in terms of value. What Ellen has done to this country, the opportunity that she had to transform this country into one that could truly be a model for Africa, and she missed that opportunity and abused it. You have now millions of people suffering from that, not just economically, but people have died directly from the decisions and policies that Ellen made for Liberia. And for us to constantly skip over that, it's fine to have selective eyesight, selective perspective, that's perfectly fine. But when we talk about figures that we should be celebrating in Liberia, Ellen is definitely not one of them. She has her international friends, absolutely, who will always give her a stage, absolutely. As I said the last time, the current president of Tanzania is corrupt. She is a female, she is very corrupt. So perhaps birds of the same feather. So to look to that and consider it an accomplishment, absolutely not. Your friends will always call you to get paid, of course. Does it remove the fact that you brought nepotism, corruption at a gross level, death upon the Liberian people? We can never forget that. And we will never forget that, no matter what. As Charles Tiller, something he said today, I was watching a video and something he said, the one thing I try to do was to unite the Liberian people. And if you ask any Liberian people, like they'll probably say that, person will probably say that like about me. What can Ellen say in terms of her will towards the Liberian people? Did she really try to unite them? When she referred to them as noisy minority, when she signed concessions that ripped them of their resources, we can be selective to continue the rose-colored glasses on an international level, but at home, Ellen took this country backwards. With the opportunity that she had, she could have done so much more to further Liberia's progress. I take nothing away from her being the first African female president. Let's give her that. But her policies, her leadership was disastrous for Liberia and for Africa.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Honorable Pewee, we have another developing story in the country. Bishop Brown spoke today to the press, and the title is, "Who Are the Dogs?" It said, amid growing uproar, Bishop Kotu Brown, former head of the Liberian Council of Churches, has urged President Boyka to clarify his statement, warning that the controversy could deepen political divisions ahead of 2029 elections. Speaking to Front Page Africa on Sunday, Bishop Brown acknowledged that the president may not have intended harm, but stressed that the weight of presidential words require careful communication. In quote, he says, while the presidencies carry significant weight, from the reaction we are seeing, many people feel it is only honorable that he clarified what he meant, Bishop. The bishop said. He cautioned that the current tone of political exchanges could foreshadow a more toxic environment in the years ahead if not properly managed. Then he touched on the border. He said, beyond the controversy, Bishop Brown also expressed concern over the prolonged presence of Guinean soldiers and custom officers in Salomba Township, Foya District, Lofa County, an issue that has stirred unease among citizens. He called on the government to provide consistent update and engage the public more constructively, noting that while diplomatic efforts are commendable, silence or dismissive responses could heighten public anxiety. We are dealing with a national issue. Government should speak more responsibly and avoid attacking those with differing views. He said, adding that diplomacy should not be taken for weakness. Bishop Brown also warned and weighed in on the recent decision by the House of Representatives to expel in battle lawmaker Yeke Koluba, following controversial comment about a border dispute. Comment now being challenged before the Supreme Court. He described both Yeke's remarks and the legislative response as reflective of growing intolerance within the Liberian political space. He touched on basically everything here. He is saying this barking dog thing is not going away. He being a member of the club and a preacher and out there, the majority of people he has encountered feel very uneasy about this particular parable, and the president need to come and smoothing the edges as it's going to get worse.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think the president, as the chief executive of the country, and that's part of the reason why the Constitution put the president way above there. Say he's the head of government, head of state, commander-in-chief, and got all of the executive power. So it's the only person in the Constitution of the country give enormous power. So the enormity of the powers cannot be, words cannot just describe them. So more or less, I think the man of God is very correct on that. The president will have to come back and cool the tempo, if you will, and say, hey, I didn't mean to refer to my dear citizens as the way I've been misconstrued, if you will. Yes, my intent. Yes, what I intended to say. It was just this line. I think that would be a kind of a leader that we want to see in the country, and that will just lower the tempo. I mean, listen, if you see a president that will come up with statements, and sometimes people would take it the way political institutions will interpret the president's statement. I thought that was below the belt, and we sometimes, as a president, if you are trying to target the opposition, it is also the right of the president to target the opposition. You have to do it in a way that will preclude the larger part of the population, if you will. So if most Liberians felt disappointed or uncomfortable with his kind of a language, I want to think the president is not too big to come say, hey, I didn't mean this. But if anyone took it, interpreted it this way, I'm sorry, but I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to those that are, I wouldn't fix it if I was probably around his communication team. I would not send it, but I would think the way to do it is to say, hey, the president didn't mean to say this. He was hitting at those that are recklessly criticize his government, and these are the people he are talking to, and he got right to criticize these people because we into politics. And so, and the man of God is also correct on this, and I think the Liberian Council of Churches of the religious community will ought to come and be speaking in these kind of times, if you will, so that we'll lower tempo and don't allow the thing to escalate politically, where folks, those incendiary comments are not worth our bad politics, if you will. So I think, Mr. Gayman, we just have to listen to some of those great men of God have to come up and send these kind of a message of peace, and the president will, do everything. And I respect him, and I got a lot of respect for him. I do disagree with his policy. I got a lot of respect for him as the president of the country, but there's a need to come out and just say something about this so that you cool the whole line moving on in the country. So people only take it as a kind of a very offensive comment coming from you, the leader. Because if that were to come from down, going up is not good. So at the level of the presidency, we ought to refine our statement and speak directly to the people. I didn't vote for you. Those that voted for you, but you are my president. It's one of the reasons. So you ought to do it in that way.
Fanta, the man of the club says what leaders, especially at that level, says carries a lot of weight. If the president uses words like these, the ordinary person who are zealous and supporters of the president may take it. What do people do to dogs? Like he said, you throw stone at them, you hurt them, or you harm them. And other people may take that as a probe. We say, well, dog whistle. He's not even talking about a dog whistle, he's talking about the dog itself. So the prelate is saying what presidents and leaders say matters.
I could not disagree with that. I think that is absolutely accurate, and I wish to respect they can be more vocal when it comes to the governance of our nation. You often see them taking a back seat with a lot of very important national issues. And they only pick and choose. They tend to pick and choose which ones to talk about and which ones to refrain their opinions.
Honorable Pewee, can you mute? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, and which ones to stay away from. And I think is a bit irresponsible. Because when you're a leader, that very title, that very position is not just a title, right? It's a responsibility. It's a responsibility of servitude. And when you have that responsibility, it extends beyond your community. Of course, your community is primary, but it certainly extends beyond that, because say, for example, you're a leader of the Gardnersville community. Gardnersville happens to be in Montserrado, happens to be in Liberia. So you should also not be removed from those national issues. You often see them sometimes come in when it's a bit too late. And even at that, they're very hesitant to comment. I don't know if it's because they are receiving some type of benefits or some type of kickbacks from this administration or from any administration. And this is not just limited to these church or spiritual leaders, right? throughout all the administrations, you have to understand that your role is not just a church leader. Your role is not just an imam. Your role is a spiritual, a religious leader, right? That is responsible for the welfare and well-being of the people and anything that impacts them. So I definitely applaud him coming out and making that statement. I would encourage them to do a lot more, because there are a lot of ills happening that their voices could definitely take the conversations much further. It could amplify the conversations. Perhaps sometimes when it's coming from, say, the media, is coming from other parties, the leaders who are in charge to make decisions often turn a blind eye because they feel it's just coming from their critics. But when it's coming from the religious leaders, then it has a bit more weight to it. So I would just encourage them to speak up more, and not be selective with their topics, because every single thing or every policy that is made in Liberia, that is ushered by the president, by the legislative, by those governing bodies, impact the lives of our people. And it is their responsibility to ensure our people are safe or cared for. And so they should do more. They have been given more. They should definitely do more.
Great. In the great book of Matthew, it said, to whom much is given, much is required. God knows I'm not a preacher. I won't pretend to be one, but I remember that when the guy tried to take my money, he said, to whom much is given, why are you coming to me and say that? He said, to whom much is given, much is required. Honorable Pewee, today the former president is being very active lately. This, I think, was yesterday, the former president, George Myean, had recounted a long list of excesses by the Bouakai administration, which he says have undermined the rule of law, threatened peace and security, and eroded democracy in Liberia. The president met with the former president made a remark on Monday while hosting the chair of the United Nations Peace Building Commission, Ms. Nicola Class, at his office in Painesville. During the meeting, Ms. Onorwia cited the government's blatant disregard for the Supreme Court rulings and what he described as executive overreach on matters involving different branches of government, including illegal removal of the speaker. He also recounted the killing in King George. He also informed the UN delegation about politically driven arrest and persecution of former government officials, the removal of tenured officials, police brutality against ordinary citizens, and a general disregard for the fundamental rights of all of which, he said, pose a serious threat to peace and security in the Republic of Liberia. The former president is speaking on a bigger stage with the United Nations Peace Building Committee.
Oh, absolutely, and I think I know much about this peace building. You know, when the former foreign minister that was sitting next to President Weah as part of his Sion delegation, I met with the peace building delegation, was the ambassador to the UN, our ambassador to the United Nations, when he brought the peace building team to Monrovia. I mean, this is something that was initiated. Ambassador D. Maxwell Sakimian brought. I mean, it was a powerful peace building UN team that he brought to Liberia when he was then termed our ambassador, permanent representative to the United Nations. So yes, the Weah administration took some very key time. And at the time, I was assistant minister of state. And when the delegation came, we met them at the airport and they toured the country, visited the president when he was president of Liberia, actually. So listen, the peace building mission, and it was part of what they emphasized at the time. They recounted his role he played in ensuring peace in Liberia. They know he's a very peaceful person. So those characteristics of ensuring that peace is spread across Africa, the globe, and the rest of that. So President Weah played a pivotal role in terms of ensuring peace across the continent. So yes, when he was president of Liberia, he exhibited the same. And this part of the reason why you're very mindful as a kind of a choice of words, if you will, statement coming out of the presidency. You're very key on that. He showed that peace, and peace was very important. It was a sine qua non in maintaining our democratization. So he didn't, and that's one of the reasons why when this thing started this about demonstration early in June of 2018, Mr. Gayman, President Weah said, hey, you got to give the guys a chance to express themselves. It's about the essence of democracy. So he's very key on peace and showing those kind of messages that will portray and reflect a peace and send a very wonderful signal. And that's why he empowered people like Judy Andy to use music and culture to translate peace across the country and go and say to other part of the world that Liberia is peaceful, right? So yes, the president took key interest in that, and I think part of what he tried now to recall and to tell the peace building mission, and that's a very critical team. That team, the fact that you see the mission is visiting again at this critical time, meaning the sense that things, particularly the messaging we have from our leaders, Mr. Gayman, this is to have the president with kind of incendiary comments. It is a dangerous precedent towards the democracy that people like President Weah fought hard to maintain within his 6 years of presidency. He would have torpedoed that process. He would have torpedoed it by even challenging the result or even trying to tamper with the result. He didn't do that. So the peace building team and ambassadors stated something, say, your record and what you've done. So yes, basically, I was not surprised to see them, they respect him, they believe in him. And his ambassador then at the UN, and then former foreign minister of the Republic of Liberia, D. Maswell Kimmy, played a very major role into doing that. So listen, there are effective issues that we have to move across in diplomacy. And it's one of the channels that we try to do, using the soft power. And that's President Weah's strength in terms of what we call soft power diplomacy. He deployed that very effectively and efficiently. And I think this is going to go across as a mark of something. And that's one of the reasons why even the former president of the current president of Cote d'Ivoire, Ouattara, also respecting a lot. He called him mon fils, meaning in French, meaning my son. He says he's a peaceful person, individual, and the rest of that. So listen, the president meeting yesterday was a reflection and manifestation of his character that he's exhibited over the period of years. So I think we ought to now call on the current government, and I want to believe the team going to meet the president. They're going to convey sentiments from the former president and sentiments from what they've gathered in the country, particularly the president saying those kind of inflammatory comments towards the people and attacking here, attacking there. It's not working for democracy. I mean, democracy, it also is not going to work for diplomacy. We ought to do it the way Mr. Gayman. And I think it's a very key thing that you highlighted that in this discussion this evening. It's very important that we highlight that President Weah's face of diplomacy is a reflection of his past character. And I think we ought to highlight that very effectively. And not only effectively, but loudly. We ought to amplify that throughout the whole of Africa also.
Excellent. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to Pewee, long time, and to our followers in the comment section. Thank you so much for following. Thank you, Mr.
Long time. I just saw you the video again. You said long time. No, if I don't see you now.
Hey,
but good to see you, Sarah.
you have to call Sarah every day. You know, you gotta call the queen.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it that way.
You gotta call the queen, how she doing and all that stuff. You don't do it.
I just saw the man the other day. You read about that.
Mr. Gayman, just making some announcement. So the program we got deadline off.
We waiting for y'all.
Listen,
so you said the date is what? The 4th to what?
September 11, 12, and 13.
Oh, okay. Y'all got guest speaker now?
No, don't worry about it.
All that team for Dallas.
No, I was thinking about finding guest speaker for all, but hey, y'all got it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But this day is to honor you guys. So yes, we can get a guest speaker, but this day is.
I just been talking to Uncle Joe, and he calling me again. Let me see.
Yeah, call Uncle Joe.
I talked to Uncle Joe. I want to see if he can come be our guest speaker.
That's the real one.
Our guest speaker.
That's the real one. He need to come to that. The real one.
The people now not call our backing doors. That's all.
Right. But yeah, guys. Real quick, we're going to do the flyer. We are now announcing. We call it Save the Date. September 11 will be the meet and greet. Saturday is the main event, and Sunday is a cookout, and then we disperse. So save the date. We got 4 months here. It's not too long. You might think it's long, but it's not.
So I'm sorry, Chief. So it's gonna be held. The venue gonna be at a particular hotel that everybody gonna.
Yes, it's gonna be held. It's gonna be held right in Delaware. We're gonna come up with a hotel and everything else. But for now, we know we got a hall. We got everything going. Tickets about to be printed. Those are the first thing we need to get out of the way. Then hotels and everything else will come. But yes, save the date, guys. Save the date. You are going to be meeting all the personalities. You're going to be taking photographs with the Honorable Pewee on the red carpet. You're going to be taking pictures with the Queen. Fanta is going to be there. I'm going to be there. Ben Sanvee, we all going to be there. It's a day to celebrate this platform for what they have done. This is what we call made in Liberia. This is all Liberia made. So we're going to be celebrating ourselves. It's going to be a black tie event. That means formal. You don't have to wear black suit, but it has to be formal. It can be a nice African attire, but it has to be formal. You ain't coming here with your behind showing and your jeans and your legs. No. Something nice. So,
yeah, Bassa Mayor want to straight people. Okay.
Oh yeah, but we Bassa people when it comes to anything that we know it, When you come into a formal event, you got to come formal, come correct. And we'll treat you nice. The red carpet is going to be there. Just like when we're doing the Oscar award, you're going to be seeing great personalities. You're going to be doing a lot of photographs. There will be photos for you to pay for later on the website. Look, it's going to be nice, glamorous. So you're going to have a great time. You're going to have a cash bar. You're going to drink the best wines that you can. Everything is going to be classic. There will be no King Juice, I can tell you that. No palm wine. So my boys from Lofa County, there's no, I'm not saying anything, but there will be no palm wine allowed. There's no King Juice. It's going to be whiskey. There's going to be wine. It's going to be the best of wine, best of whiskey. I mean, it's going to be nice. If you drink water, we're not going to give you regular tap water. It's going to be the best water in town. You want to make your face glow.
They may know how to put this together.
You don't worry about your nice suit, Pewee. There will be no palm butter to mess up your suit. We are going to be eating civilized food, finger food. It's going to be nice. You're going to have some nice shrimp, cocktail shrimp, those kinds of stuff. You got to worry about it. So we'll teach you how to wear your handkerchief around your neck so your food on, those are you from the interior. You've never been to any of the kind of good thing. We'll teach you how to do it. So when you leave, you come in clean, you leave clean. So yeah, save the date, September 11, 12, and 13. We are going to be, the closing day is going to be held at the house of the Queen herself. Sarah Dopoh, she's going to be hosting us for the cookout.
Yeah, well.
And we're going to see somebody in it. Patient Seaman say she's in charge. She does decoration and catering and all that stuff. So call the Queen and you can talk because we need all the help we can get. I don't know where you live at, but if you live in the DMV area, you need to get with the Queen Sarah. It's going to be nice, I can tell. No, most people don't know, Sarah, that most of us have never met face to face. We never met each other. They don't know that. I've
met people face to face.
Yeah, I have never met Sarah. I have never met Fanta as much as we think we are close. Never met her. There she go with her bucket again, bucket of tea. She not bring that bucket again. That's the biggest teacup I ever seen in my life. But yes, guys.
I didn't know people were that tall until I thought I met him. But yeah, I think I'm taller than him.
You taller than Pewee, but hey,
you look nice.
Thank you.
Yvonne EO. Tell them, Mr. Gayman, they have to be quick. That's right. You got to be quick.
Hey, yo.
You got to be quick. Look, when you come and eating your food, Sarah, tell the boy from Garguah, you got to do it like this.
Oh, God. Yes, we're in the planning process. We'll make it grand.
It would be nice. Yvonne, I'm looking forward to seeing you for the first time. No fufu and soup. No. Your Bassa people, you stay no fufu and soup. No.
That man is swallowing business.
No, they no fufu and soup. No. No, because let me tell you this. My twins came from the school. They brought their friends to visit, and I had cooked this cereal fufu and soup. The guy, what's that smell? They went, what's that smell?
Oh, they always asking what's that smell.
Yeah, again, we're gonna be a bunny.
That's why we put in the soup.
That bunny, and
So what's that smell? And I put a little goat meat in there. So no, you're gonna come to that event smelling nice, and you're gonna leave smelling nice.
Exactly. So
you are not gonna come leaving smelling the lime or goat or bunny or mwen. It definitely ain't gonna work. So if you are from the southeast, your Gribble people, you're like mwen business. We are not gonna have any mwen. You can say I'm a tribalist. Yes. On that day, we all gonna be queen, civilized. Yes. We're going to come in with our nice clothes and we're going to leave with our nice clothes. There will be no chance to have palm butter on your tie or on your white shirt. So that's why. But yes, save the date. Is September 11, 12, and 13. We're going to be in the DMV for the first commemoration of the establishment of this platform called the Closing Argument. And we are going to be honoring all the pioneers that have been there, including some of you guys who have been watching us, following us for years. We are going to have awards for our followers. There are some of you that have just been on here that comes in and day out. In fact, there are some of you, I was looking at the spreadsheet. Some of you have given so much money to this platform. We cannot underestimate that. It is your support that got our employees on the ground, those young men and women going all over the place. So we will not forget that. Yeah. So guys, please share the news. Tickets will be out soon. We'll be selling ads. You can buy ads to commemorate birthdays, wedding anniversary, graduation. Anybody that is special in your life and you want to send a shout out to them, you can do the full-page ad. It is very reasonable. A full-page ad is only $100. So we are telling you it's going to look like something like this. This is a program from the NAACP. That's a black tie event. The cover page, the sponsor page here, this is not a Liberian event because I sold this cover page for $5,000. Okay. The inside cover, I sold it for $2,000. This one, $2,500. This back page, I sold it for.
As a man know how to make money.
I sold this back page for $3,000. And then every other page that came here, you see, is $100 for the whole page. You can put your family people picture. You can send some. So this is not that cheap thing you go to. And you pay $20 and you can't cost people mind all day for a $20 business. No. We're not going to do that. So we are asking you to come out, enjoy the day. Listen, take a full-page ad for your husband or your wife or your son, your daughter, your church, your mosque, your business. You know, let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's good to be with you guys. Thank you for holding it down. Let me say hi to everyone also following. Yes, come to the program. Absolutely. We all will be there so we can, we can mingle, mix and mingle. Pamada will be there, Fufu will be there. I don't know what it would do. I don't care what they do. Pamada will be there, Fufu will be there.
You will bring it in the back of your car and you're going to eat it outside. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are from...
I was outside and eating, I come back inside.
Yeah, you come in. If you are from Minnesota, I have to give it to you guys. Listen, the Minnesota Timberwolves, those young guys, if you are from Minnesota, you have to turn into your NBA games. That team, yes. They call the Minnesota Timberwolves, those kids can ball. At least the first game of the second round, they put up a show yesterday. great coaching. On the other hand, if you are from Philadelphia, I don't know what to make of it, but it's just the first game. You got to go whooping, bro. Listen, Victor, I never seen anything like this.
Look, it is a 7-game series, right? I'll have to admit it was very, very disconcerting, but we've been there, done that. This is the same. Although I would have appreciated us, taking the lead right from the get-go, but we know how to rally and make a comeback. And so, our guys, they kind of, the third Jake, coming out of Saturday's big win over the Celtics. So yeah, it's concerning, but I have no doubt we'll bounce back. But yeah, New York put up a show last night. I didn't watch the Timberwolves game. Actually, after the Sixers game, I just kind of threw in the towel and went to bed. But my son was telling me, Dad, you missed it. I think they won by a point or 2 points.
2.1 goal.
There was, right?
And they're on the road. The Ant-Man and the team are on the road. The Timberwolves playing against Wemby at home. That was a shocker. I talk about upset.
The strategy against Wemby, they kept him out of the paint.
Yeah.
And they made him shoot 3 all day. They had no way of coming in there. And I mean, the strategy worked perfectly. So if you are from Minnesota, guys, we are.
Now my town over there. I'm from Minnesota. That's my town.
I know who's in the back. I know Tomalin's in the back typing.
My 2 boys are born in Minnesota, so that's my town.
Yeah, I know. Cool in Minnesota, so I see why you have boys over there. My boy, Trump. Trump came out with the term obliterated everywhere that you
go. Iran made that being obliterated over 2 months ago. They're still firing shots. We know where they're getting the shot from.
They keep right back. They had to die. But Fanda talked to us. Did you play any sports when you were in high school, anywhere?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went to high school in Columbus, Ohio, Columbus West High School. And yeah, absolutely. I was even scholar athlete for basketball. Varsity. Yeah, I was varsity for like all through my high school years. And then I also did track and field as well. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Somehow I got to college and maybe like 2 years in and got into modeling. Well, maybe first year in, got into modeling. But growing up, I was very much a tomboy. Absolutely. You will catch me out playing soccer with the boys, and we're fighting the next second. And then, but when I got to high school basketball and track and field, I played consistently.
You were not playing with them. You were beating them. You were not fighting. You were beating the boys.
Especially when they tell me, say, "Oh, that boy like you." Oh, no. What? What are you doing? Oh, we fighting. That the boss is gonna come on and say you. What the fuck you doing like that? I'm on the boys.
Sarah, did you play any sports besides NAFO?
No, I play kickball when I was in Tottenham.
Okay.
And I was also on the even though it's not sport, but I was also on the Meet the Challenge team.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh.
That was good. We used to be how do you call it? Yeah, the how do you call it? Teen Town Quiz. You remember we don't have that? That was before some of you were born. But the different schools.
You were born.
Yeah, they were.
He's so old.
No, but listen, if you see this, what 65% of the population under 30, you know everybody, almost everybody younger than you. But yeah, but that's it, guys. It's good for you to share this show. Want to welcome Mr. Vat Dixon. Thank you very much for tuning in. Is it Diaspora History Media? Thank you very much. My first time seeing that name. Real News Africa. Okay, Real News Africa. Somebody changing the name here. those of you who are, you got a lot of you got pen name, and that's good. Nothing wrong with having a pen name. Sophie Blamo, Yvonne, thank you very much for tuning in. Jim Maboria, Flex Electronic. Wow. All of our regular. So don't be regular on our show and don't show up at the event. You have to show up at the event. We want to see you. We want to put a name with a face. Abu Kamara, yeah, you are still a panelist here if you can show up. You've been absent for a couple of months now, so the people think about dropping you. You know that school now, you want to attend to drop you from the list. Patience Seaman, yeah, you got to come on. We got Jordan Sekou Dole. He said, I'm watching from Bakedu Township, Kwadu Bonin District, Lofa County. Oh, a lot of people from Lofa tuning in today. B. Harrison Dowe. I'm following from River G. Oh, River G is in the house. Okay. River G. Abdullah Dole. He's also from Lofa. Lofa is kind of turning in. Then we got Daniel D. Sharif, also from Vanjima City. Okay. Listen, we got people from all the way out there. Now, if you're in Guinea, you need to don't tell us because we on the other side, so you don't want to tune in. You got to let us know where you tune in from Guinea. If from the Ivory Coast, let us know. If from Sierra Leone, let us know so we can send a shout out and let us know what's on your mind, what's going on in your neck of the woods. So, on our Nagbe today, we have...
Mr. Gayman, I'm not cutting you off. I got a question.
Yes.
What happened with the Bwaga people then? Oh. You want to tell me the lady who could not even defend her credential or putting her mouth on we are talking about he need to grow up? What she said, when you're growing up, your brain needs to grow up. Are you serious?
She not put herself back in the news? You leave my sister alone, man. Come on.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Gayman. Go ahead.
Yeah, be the woman be hiding.
Everybody needs to talk in the government so they can be ready.
Listen, you have listen. That's you. The boss man have to hear that you're defending him.
I know.
That's how you secure your spot. The president said, "Where were you when they were cussing me?" And you said nothing. So you gotta come out here. I waited for my homeboy, Mike Jabata.
Oh, wow.
Mike Jabata will soon come out and tell him what to do because
Mike Jabata said hustling for your office part.
Yeah, I didn't like the way they treated my friend. How you gonna give the man?
CDC got BT.
How you gonna give someone a job with no portfolio, no office, nowhere? You just create a job. It's not in the statute, nothing. The
intent was to not give him a job at all. That's
I guess they want him to quit. But I said, Mike Jabata, don't allow them to make you quit. That's what they want to do. They want to discourage you so you can quit. But you be like a bad toothache. Stay there. Let it. Every time they see you, let their heart be burning and their heart jumping. But don't
for you to go.
Yeah, don't quit. Embarrass them just they don't want to embarrass you. But guys, let's talk some politics here. Liberia, we are never short on the news. There's news, and this barking dog thing is not going away. This barking dog thing is not going away. Now it has been elevated to the bishop level.
Everybody barking.
Everybody, the bishop is talking about the president has to come and speak to the country and clarify some of these things and make sure that this thing cools down, but silence doesn't make this thing go away. The bishop said everywhere he has gone, if they talk on the topic, people feel insulted. A country like Liberia, where we are tribal, right? We are very traditional. Paro means a whole lot. I don't have to say this for Fanta because her parents that grew up either in Nimba, Bong, or Cape Mount, we strive on parables. Everything is parable. You want to insult somebody, you do it in parable.
That's right.
Whatever you want to do, you do it in parable. So the bishop is asking the president to come back to the nation, make some clarification, and smoothing the edges. Other than that, it's not going anywhere. If you were advising the president, Sarah, what would you say?
Well, I'll definitely follow what the bishop said. I mean, the fact here is the president, I mean, some of his supporters are saying, oh, it was a parable, it was a metaphor, it was a day, it was a that. But for the president to specifically, if you look at the context from which he spoke, you would tell that he was definitely directly insulting people from the diaspora. All of the other statements are being compared. People make general statements. But for you to specifically mention a group, oh, don't mind it, they don't live here. They don't live here. You know, when you go in somewhere and all the dogs, you know, you directly referring to that group as dogs. So, I mean, but knowing who he is, I've never seen him come to the Liberian with all of the statements he has made against people. I've never seen him come to apologize. So I don't think he will, even if they advise him. But I definitely will, if I was advising him to clarify his statement.
Fanda, you know, my friend Abu Kamara and a lot of folks, for some reason, they think this platform has turned anti-boycott. and they will say, you know, what have this administration done to you? Mr. Gayman came and turned this platform. This platform used to be leaning Unity Party. Mr. Gayman came and made it anti-Unity Party. That's not so. The reason things doesn't look favorably is now that people are now critically looking at the Boycott administration or anybody in government. The honeymoon period has gone. Now people are being critical. Now, let me give you an example of how critically we look at some of the things, right? Someone sent me a newspaper release that the government of Liberia has signed a $46 million contract to pave a 61-kilometer road for the Southeast. So they wanted me to go with that story, right, at the lead on this platform. So I said, okay, now let me look at 62.1 kilometer of road. How much we converted, all the math people that are here, Victor Nagbe, you're the math people, somebody converted 61.2 kilometer into miles. It turned out to be 38 miles. And they say it would take them 4 years, 2029, for the project to be completed. Now we talk about 2026, 2027, 2028. We talk about 4 years to pave, let's say 40 miles, 4 years. So the most they're going to do is print 10 miles a year until election year, when they're doing all their groundbreaking. 38 miles over 4 years period. And he wants me to go with that as a lead and just say the president secured $40 million for road in the Southeast, and that's it. But then when you take out the peel, the facade, and you look at it that this is a stunt, then he say, well, you know, you don't like the government. Anyway, find out this is what we are talking about. When you are critically looking at some of the press releases, you have to be critical and look at what is going on here. And then you find out that it is a stunt, especially the road to the Southeast they're talking about, 61 kilometer roads. So I said, but why you keep saying 61 kilometer? How many miles is that? We Liberian, we do miles, we don't do kilometers. 38 miles for 4 years, 60 meters. Find out, am I wrong for looking at this thing critically?
I think you just happen to have the truth binoculars, and people are trying to corrupt that because it's convenient. Look, I'm even gonna entertain this, right? Let's just entertain this. Is this a 2-lane road or a 1-lane road?
It gotta be 1 lane. You see, Liberia, we don't know the
difference. That 2 lane or 1 lane?
This is 1 lane.
Let me put the hat the hat of a daughter of an engineer like on, right? Okay,
yes.
So 1 lane or 2 lane?
It gotta be 1
lane. 1 way going, 1 way coming.
So it's not 2, that's 1.
Oh, okay.
You just said 1 going, 1 is 1. 2 lanes mean 2 lanes, 2 car going, 2 car coming this way.
Okay, got you.
Okay, thank you. Is this asphalt or this is dirt road?
Asphalt.
It's supposed to be asphalt. Yes.
It gotta be asphalt.
Yes.
This is important. This is important.
Yeah.
Is this local crew or no crew?
It's not local. It's international.
Okay. Are there any specific, say, are there any specific technical requirements for this role, like bridges, habits, things like that?
Well, this is what we are talking about. It's a political statement, right? It's so vague.
So no, but let's just entertain this, right?
Yeah, but I don't know whether they will
we
be.
don't know the specifics. So
Yeah, they can't
Okay.
tell you.
So it takes, again, coming from an engineering family who worked for the Ministry of Public Works for over 30 years, to complete a 38 miles road, first of all, is going to be about, it should cost about like what, $40 million. Here's why I say that. To complete 1 mile of asphalt is about $1 million. So first of all, you have 46 million. You should be able to do at least 45, 43 miles road, right? So this 38, you can do more if you have the right technical team, engineers, not administrators, designing this project. Number two, considering it's a 1-lane road, as in one going, one coming, that means when you're laying the asphalt, you're laying it at once, right? You're doing the rolling at once. And what you're doing in terms of finishing is just painting the line, right? To separate 1 lane going, 1 lane coming. It takes anywhere, if you really needed to get it done, you have all the staffing, all the materials, everything on ground, 40 days. 40 days. That means you're working maybe 14 hours, right? Like 2-3 crews or like 2-3 shifts as they do here, where you have the morning crew come in 8 hours, you have the late afternoon crew come in, and then you have the night crew. So 3 crews working because say you need to get this road done, 40 days. Now, if say you have 1 crew or 1.5 crew, you could take up to 120 days. That's still what? 4 months?
4 months.
So they act as if to say we're stupid. We do not possess the technical acumen to make simple computations. It's an insult. It's a slap in the face. And that's why, like, I keep going, because this is so important. This ministry is responsible for the infrastructure of our country. You have a marketing person running a technical infrastructure-based institution, talking about 4 years. Was he involved in that decision? To construct a 38-mile asphalt road that is going to take 4 years? I'm interested to know who was the engineer on that project, who resulted in that calculation of 4 years. It takes nowhere from like 40 days, which is a little over a month, to 4 months, Mr. Gayman. And with $46 million, they should be able to do at least 43 miles road. So what do they expect you like to say about that? That makes sense? No, that does not make sense. That's nonsensical. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's Victor. They said they got this $49 million road to do the road to the southeast. It concerns you and it concerns Sarah. You guys are from River G and Maryland County. They are doing 38 it's 62 kilometer. I think it's about 38 to 40 miles road to the southeast. They got about $49 million. And they are saying the construction will be done in 2028, 2029. So if they got a full funding in 2026, why 38 miles road will take almost 4 years? That's your hometown, Victor. I don't know.
Yeah. So the conversion, I'm sure Fanta did it on the back of hand. This is 0.62 kilometers to a mile.
Mm-hmm.
So or 0.62 miles to a kilometer. I'm sorry, when you do the math. So basically you take the 62 mile, you multiply that 0.6 to, it comes to about 38 point something in miles.
Right.
So Yeah, I'm understanding, and Fanta probably knows the details based on the terrain. That the road work is being done. Yeah, it could take anywhere between 1 to 3 years. This is what I'm getting off Google. I'm not getting this from any engineer.
Mhm.
So if you go by that, I hear what Fanta is saying. She is the experienced person, so I will probably defer to her. But it sounds like it's in a ballpark within what this person is saying. 4 years, 1 to 3 years. It could be less, but again, I know our terrain, the southeast terrain is rugged. There are lots of, because of the rain, there's a lot of waterways. You got to keep building bridges here and there, and that kind of thing, I think, tends to slow down the pace of work. So I wish we had more details again because I don't have the details. I'll defer to Fanta. Then she is the engineer. I'm not, I'm a chemistry person. But those are the calculations I'm getting. And again, Google is not always right. So that too, we have to make allowance for that. I think Fanta has more hands-on experience.
Oh,
But
Fanta's an engineer?
No. She said she's from a family of engineers. Her father worked for.
Because they're all game, and I was saying that, saying she's the engineer. I just want to know.
No, he didn't mean that.
Yeah, if I said that, I misspoke. But I think she has a little bit more experience with that. So I'll defer to her. But 38 mile, 4 years to me too. That's a little bit.
Well, what about the political impact too? Sometimes they want to drag it along that time too.
No, I don't know. I don't. It's not political.
Yeah,
it's not political. It's straightforward in here. But
yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll leave it there. I think Sylvester wants to come.
Okay, Sylvester, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say. So yeah, is that we've been talking, and I think David Jara, who is a structural engineer, we've been having conversation about the last one in the country. The same point I brought about the Dopoh Road, and Mr. Nagbe said you want to Google just now there, and that's one of the key issues Mr. Jara, as a structural engineer and transportation engineer, said. We also take into consideration. Normally, when the folks, even when they were doing the current Japan freeway now, the formerly of Somalia draft, we brought Japanese engineer from Japan to do that road, and that road took almost 3 years to be done. 3 years. See the distance from Red Light to Freeport. So, and then you ought to take into and Mr. Jara gave a very wonderful example to that road. He said, first and foremost, Pewee, look at the road. Road construction from a structural perspective and transportation perspective. These are engineers. He got right. So you take first and foremost into consideration the condition of the road, the weather condition, the soil type of the area. You got to know as to what time with the condition, if it is not well structured, it will cause depression to the road. You have to do that steady. It's one.
Did the government say they did all that though?
You have to, this one. You have to do drainages. The drainage construction also to protect the waste side of the road. In some cases, you will not even touch the road construction itself. You have to do all of those elements that's supposed to back up the road. The drainage, the culverts, right? So culvert positioning is very also important. So road construction is time consuming. It's very much time consuming. It's not issue that now, and the kind of alpha also we use. We have two sort of alpha. The alpha we knew with the news is not the alpha we are using in Liberia. They're trying not to graduate from that alpha to the news here as compared to the alpha we use or in our country back home. So all these considerations, then you take into consideration all the bridges that are there that also bridge construction consume a lot of time. So it's a combination of a lot of factors that will take into consideration the road construction. And Mr. Gayman, we're talking about 4-lane road here versus 2-lane road. The Somalia Drive road was a 4-lane road.
Mm-hmm.
4-lane road, you have 2 going and 2 coming. It is a 2-lane road, is where one on the side, one on the other side. So called 2-lane. So 4-lane road construction would take enormous amount of time, days, and time. Let me put it that way. Then constructing a 2-lane road.
So you take into consideration during the assessment of the soil, trying to construct the drainage, the curved system, doing what we call the biddy weight 13 line of the all those things going to hit and do some of these things. So because I was one of those that really criticized. Even during the Myean administration, FFS, when they were doing a road, they took line, and I started that. So one of the time he told me, say, he came and sat down, packed his car, say, hey, I bring drink. Pewee is always on the radio talking, oh, but he don't understand this, and not everything he talk politics. So he sat me down and started making to understand, hey, road construction is absolutely time consuming. And it's different from the West than here, because the West, they have this kind of a AFA thing that we use now that wanted, I think Chico tried bringing some in, that the importation tab, right? The one that we import is in the bag, but I don't know how to go mix it all again. You see the thing, and bring the machine and try to something on that line. Now, if the road from Lofa, for instance, we have, these are lateral roads. Some of those lateral roads, in certain area of the road, you have clear soil and solid, what I want to call solid rock. Where you see that of clear soil is where it's not the road, and that's one of the reasons. If you're not mindful to understand, study it, if you have to put alpha, it will bust if there's heavy rain. And so you have to do most of those studies, and that's one of the reasons. And you see now the Lofa road that the Mr. Myean administration started, that road from Banga City, that is now currently in Saraye, that road started when we are state president and stay on the road. Imagine. So road construction, particularly if, and you understand the season and other things, it takes a lot of time. So the road, and that's why the IRA road, because you need, and how many feet are you baying the road? Because you also have to, the inches that you consider when it rains, the rain will drift, so the rain will not set. Because alpha and water, they are not friendly at all. And then it causes immediate erosion. It will depress the road, then eventually you roll off the road, then it starts to see potholes. So if you put it into place, all of the engineering mechanism, all of the necessary elements to do road of such, I wouldn't hold them responsible. The engineers got to come and do their job, the estimation and the rest of that. So yes, this 4-lane road, that time, I wouldn't say it's too much of time. I think we ought to understand first and foremost. And another thing we ought to say here that we don't know, and that's very important. I said it before, I need to do it before, but now I stop it. Mr. Gayman, we need to understand first the sourcing of the project. We don't always have all of the money. It's like, yeah, you know, Mr. Gayman, your county you live in. They will get the money saying now for road to be sport, maybe the next 10 years in Britain, right? But this is the road is $50 million. Sometimes we get the first $20 million. We give to the contractor. Then we hustle in the next budget, we give some. The next one we source those money. The money that's come as grant, we also have, so that alone can also delay the project. We don't have all of them, so the insufficient funding also causes delay to the project and all of them. And the project will phase into different time. This time for this time, this time for the next time. And when the road is done for this time, so now the compactation also is very important. It's critical. He said, I recall that very well. He said, so in our country, the line, there's different season. If you are to do the road, you need some time to compile it. If you are doing that, you do it in a line and put the crush rack dust and do it that way and wait for some days before you start the alpha issue. Then cars will have to come and have it well compiled, and then they can move and do that. But yeah, I think engineers, my only frustration, Mr. Gayman, quickly here is that most of the engineers, and that's what we need, you see the Japan freeway now today. Trust me, the next 50 years, I don't think we're doing, the only thing the government need to do maintenance work on that road, they could really build that road. You see the road, the World Bank contract from Banga from Freeport to Ganta, from Buchanan, from this to the Buchanan road, these roads are well built. But the road, the Chinese, not the Chinese, the Lebanese company, FFF are building all over the place. Most of the roads started busting. Yeah, they started busting up. And I think we need to bring companies that and that's why I was asking the public work minister the last time, we need to bring companies that will not only build the road, but build the road and show all of the elements will be taken into considerations. Because if we don't do it, the road gets depressed in no time because of lack of structural observation or implementation, if you will. Because the inches will have to be so. How do we do that better with line to distract depression of the road? Other than that, we're going to face some problem. But it's going to be a full lane massive. It's a massive project.
I got a quick question.
It's understandable.
The road from Bassa, the Bassa Monroe Highway, that's 88 miles.
Yeah.
It took 4 years
Mm-hmm.
to do. That was a major project by Chico.
Yeah, Chico did that. Chico did that eventually. Then, when Chico was doing it, Chico also expanded the contract with Seco. You know, we got Chico and Seco. That two basic friends, the two brothers. John got a company, and they both are already in Liberia. These are two major Chinese construction companies. So Chico and Seco. But yeah, that road is a masterpiece.
Yeah,
it's a masterpiece.
And this is what we are saying. Like you said, there's a lot involved, especially the road to the southeast. From what I understand, from here it says from Kehleboe to Joe David Town. You guys from the area there, going all the way, and the road to the southeast is mostly made out of clay.
Clay. Sorry, Mr. Gayman. Mr. Dara is saying if you have some time, he will want to maybe come spend 30 minutes. He said, because we're not going to pay him.
Oh, he will pay us. Let him come on.
No, he said he should be paid. The message.
He said we should pay him.
He said we're not paying. We'll pay him, and then he will spend more time. So we're not paying. We're not spend 30 minutes.
Okay, let him come. If he spend more than 30 minutes, he will pay us because
as soon as he said
free advertising for him.
As soon as he said Clay, Jana, he tell me say there you go. He's got a Clay to say there you go. Now he said something up here. So, but no, that's a point.
Bring him on. Bring him on if you can.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah,
I will find time for him to come on.
Yeah, those from the southeast now, it's your turn to talk because this stuff here is for you guys.
I just want my question answered.
Praise the route again. Let me hear it because I look like going through going exactly through. You said Pelican?
Yes, let me pull it back up. Here. Going through your hometown, so you need to call JMB and let him know that this thing here it catch your heart.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, Austin Taylor, who is the representative for my area, both Callaway and Barobo. I think he has 1 or 2 yellow machines in Barobo now. I also know that Musa Hassan Ability has also promised to direct some of the yellow machines in that area because I told you.
Man, we got our own yellow machine. Don't kind of your yellow machine stuff, man. We got
a drag TMC in the whole discussion.
So how far with your preachers and all that thing?
We got 285 yellow machines.
My man, let me talk my thing. I beg you.
Get the mention back.
So the president of Liberia also, finds the resources to help my people and let the road go in there. I'll be happy. Look, in the history of my area, I think this year is the first time Keke went to Barobo. I know there was during Samuel Doe time, there was an attempt made to cut a kind of path for cars to go through. I know my brother and I we drove and ran from town, but the road is such that and we're talking about the weather in Liberia, the rain and all of that, and the earth on that side, if there's gold mining, it's very rich, so the erosion there is rapid. So the roads there, they kind of really they become impossible because there's no maintenance. So like I said, Honorable Austin Taylor has started. The road comes through River G. It goes through, Barobo, like you were saying, and then it comes out through Callaway, and then it goes to Harper, Peabody and those parts. But usually we walk either from Barobo to Kawiakin, which is in River G, or we walk from Barobo to go to Callaway, which is in Callaway, Callaway district. But now they've combined those two districts, Barobo and Callaway. And so Austin Taylor is trying to help us penetrate those areas. So whichever way comes sooner, whether his penetration, Musa Ability's penetration, the government of Liberia, either way, I think the area wins. And that is good news for us. You know, so that's why I'm trying to ask you, you know, to tread the road for me again. I want to
Yeah,
hear where.
it says here that the agreement covers the stretch from Kehleboe through Puruken to John David Town in southeastern Liberia, which is part of the phase 3. So I don't know if you're familiar with either one of those towns.
No, none of those is in my area.
Okay,
so
John
I
David
think
Town, Kehleboe Town, Puruken.
Putuken, I think that's River G. I think River G.
But somebody here from River G. I don't know if you grew up there or only River G in name only. Let's test your Putuken knowledge. Sarah Dopoh, do you know Putuken?
I know none of that place about.
You see, your Morelia people, your kind, your claim to
Well,
be.
it doesn't matter, Mr. Gayman. What I wanted to ask is that don't we have our own engineer? We have a lot of graduates who put up every year from engineering colleges and stuff. Are they not built to? Are they not trained to build our roads, or they not there? They have to go for further studies. What's our problem?
First of all, not to be condescending, I don't think Liberia has a civil engineering school that is top notch to say they are ready. Not only that, but remember, most of the equipment we are talking about need to be brought into the country.
Right.
Okay. And that's one of the obstacles, because when they were doing the Buchanan Highway, they had to bring all the equipment from either China, some from the Ivory Coast, put them on the ship.
Jerome, I got to push back on that. The University of Liberia, they had a very solid civil engineering department.
Very good.
Cotton had a little bit of my friend Mabutu Yempandele. Mabutu did civil engineering at LU. And he was a very solid engineer by our standards. Now, if you say, whether our guys are keeping up with the technology now and all of that, talking about ultrasound and all of that, how to survey the area, that might be a little bit out of their league. But our guys, I think the thing about the sciences, not much really changes. Technology and all of that. But the methodology, the periodic table, for instance, is the periodic table.
That's it.
Where oxygen has been there from time immemorial. It is the periodic table. So if you know how to deal with it, if you know its valence electron and all that, they remain the same. So over time, what is going to vary is the kinds of things that can be done with that. Those are the things that, because of technology now, the technology allows us to do a lot of things, modeling and all of that, things that we thought were impossible are now possible. So, but I think our guys, I don't think it's a lack of training as much as I think it's just a lack of resources, to get them do an effective job. I think we have enough trained civil engineers.
Listen.
Let me just say that for you coming in.
Go ahead.
And moreover, the University of Liberia, even the engineering department of the University of Liberia, is one of the best we have in the region currently in terms of students. Most of like Jada, the woman I'm talking about, when he graduated, they all graduated. He and the late Mabutu Yempam, the rest of them, when they graduated from the University of Liberia at the time, in the 80s, most of them came out. He came here and did a master's in structural engineering and concentration in transportation. Right? Transportation is about road construction, right? So he will say this, and then he currently, I think he used to be the chair, but I think he's just there now as one of the senior instructors. Most of the folks, but we have 2 Liberian companies that are even laying Alpha 9 in the country also. So to your question, we have 2 Liberian companies, all Liberian engineers. The group of Liberian engineers, even if the former public works minister, Myean, she's one of those. She got her own, and she's a very smart engineer also. Right, so we have 2 Liberian companies, but most of the reason why the Liberian company were not doing asphalt pavement, they were only getting contract to do ladder road, that is dusty routing, we can call it, right? So because they didn't have the means at the time to get money to bring in these machines.
Right.
But Mr. Gayman, before you come in to continue here, most of these people that are doing the work, even when the Japanese came in, because at the time when all over the country, when the Japanese came, when the Chinese, when Chico came in, most of those that are doing the work, working on those machines are Liberians. Most of them they want to bring their top-notch engineers to direct them.
most of those guys are putting the pavement, are doing the back shape team, using the cliff line. They are all Liberians.
Liberian engineers.
They are all Liberian engineers. Some of them are trained. They are some of them are haphazardly trained to perform tasks in certain given time. But they are all Liberian engineers. Bulk of them are Liberian engineers. So yes, we do. The capacity is there, but the only thing we need people to live them. And like now, the public works minister was saying the last time, and that's why he's saying they gave those two, and he said he's going to give most of them contract. And they drink very good road. Their road rating is good. You just have to supervise, tell them the money, and the engineer will charge you. So say, I want to pay this. The amount is $2 million. If you get the money, they'll get you the worth of the road. But yeah, we got some very smart Liberian engineers.
Yeah, because that's my point. I mean, my point is for us to empower our own. So that
we have a lot of them. Even the former assistant minister for structural operation at the Trinidad, when he graduated from University of Liberia, he had scholarship. He went to Europe. He came back in flying cars, and then he came to UN. The Chico even hired him as what we call land structural supervisor for them. So they're doing good, but we need them to push them to give them money to start bringing equipment.
We're not looking for people with degrees. We are looking for people beyond degrees that will actually do the work.
They're doing the work, Mr.
I remember when Ellen Johnson was president, she gave one of the biggest contracts to a Liberian consortium under I think it was Minister Donzo. I think Donzo was the public works minister at the time. Before him, it was Knuckles.
Yeah,
yes, they gave that contract to a Liberia consortium. Great group of Liberians got together and they gave them that contract. And I was there when they went to dedicate that road. And Ellen said to everybody, "This is a disgrace."
Yeah, because Donzo was a mess.
They said this road. You said we should give this thing to Liberia, and look, you got the finance, you got the money. This is not the road that we saw on our.
That's the Jonathan road, the back part.
The Jonathan road.
That's the Jonathan road.
I was there, and she said,
Ellen dismissing immediately. He was the public work minister. That came and said, "Oh, he got land all," and that's a different game, Mr. Gayman. He land all his book from this side. And he came flat there.
Mr. Gayman, they stole the money. They stole the money.
They're from very poorly.
They did not. That's not true. And I have to push back on that. That is not true. They stole the money.
But that's what Ellen said. They got the money.
No, they did not give them the money.
The public works minister was a mess on our program.
They didn't give it to them. They actually took half of it for kickback.
That's a blatant lie.
True story.
That's a blatant lie. It's not true.
It is not a blatant lie. It's
that's
very
a blatant
true.
lie. They gave all the money. You said it.
It's very true.
I was there.
I followed that project. They gave all the money.
Tell you something.
They gave all the money.
Look, my father consulted on that project.
All of those
this is not a third party. This is not a third party experience. I'm telling you. What actually happened? What actually happened with that road? They stole the money. They did not allocate.
Wait. Okay, good.
No.
Yes, go ahead. I will wait.
You said they stole the money.
Who stole the money?
Well, the actual allocation that was supposed to go to the road that the engineers did, I think it's like the BOQ for, right? They did not allocate the full funding.
What was the allocation?
Did they allocate the full funding? Yes or no?
No. You work for the ministry. What was the allocation?
Yes or
what
no?
was the allocation? You said they stole the money. They didn't get. What was the allocation?
Did they allocate the funding? Yes or no?
No. Listen, Pewee. I was at the dedication. The president said it was fully funded.
I know that.
It is not true, Mr. Gayman. I'm telling you that no matter what the president says, she's a liar. Are we swearing to that? She is a liar.
No, you see the unfortunate thing because her father played a role in the project. The owner performed. The aliens are liars. They don't go nowhere.
Fanta, she said it in public. She didn't bite her tongue.
How many times has she lied in public? How many times has she lied in public, Mr. Gayman?
Did the guys rebut what she said?
No.
Yes. Look.
Let me say this to us, Cyril. When the project started, all of the engineers, I'm surprised she said, and then you hit other people, you lift up. I'm surprised you said her father played role consulting on that project. That project was a mess.
Pewee, you have no sense.
Mess.
You really have no sense.
It was a total mess in terms of the implementation. You said, what you said, Jasmine?
I said you have no sense, but go ahead.
Mr. Gayman, if
go ahead.
No. I will not let father to come on the show and do this.
You're not going to say, oh, like a father.
No, but Fanta, because
I will not let her come on the show and no, it will not happen again.
No, listen.
Yeah. I will not let that happen.
No, listen.
I'm not going to come on the show.
What did she say?
You can't get sense.
Pewee.
Talking something saying, no father will insult me and be on the show. My father will not come on the show again on the show apologize this time around. No.
Pewee.
I'm not saying anything kind of thing.
No, Pewee.
You say any liar. Nobody say anything. We're talking about something you want to do what here. You don't come say something.
Pewee, I was there, and I had no reason to doubt the president because she was very upset. She said that she gave the money, and she said, but look at this. This is embarrassing. She said it in public. She didn't hide it. She said, this project was fully funded. We did this because we wanted to empower Liberians. And Victor, I'm not an engineer, but the road was a mess.
Total mess, and that's why I said you join me. Total mess.
I mean, look at it.
Those that developer was a mess.
The woman said, she said, people should just look at it. Just took the cement and wasted it on the floor and just plaster it. That's exactly what it.
Well, but why Fanta left the show?
Huh?
Why she left?
When
you told her.
I didn't take nobody offshore.
Oh,
you guys are seeing it, so I don't know. I didn't see the road. It is possible.
The Jalatan Road.
Oh, you see the Jalatan Road?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I hear the description, and I'm glad Fanta left the show. I think we need to cool the temperature a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't advise her to tell.
No. You see, Mr. Nagbe, this is wrong. It never always Pewee be on this. And I told you, I will not take it.
That's what we're saying. Okay.
Yeah,
nobody will come this way and start again.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's not advisable for her to tell Pewee got no sense. I think that's absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah,
now, if she's reacting to the description of the project that was a mess, and because of that was associated with that, I understand that, but I think the choice of language you lose to the use here. We have to
if she said her father was associated with it, then Ellen was speaking to that group because she said it was a consortium of Liberian professionals.
So I think it's wise that she takes time to cool off and come back. Sylvester, you too. I'm happy you.
No, I will not. No, that's it. I told you. I'm on a trained background. I will not come and insult on this platform. I will never.
I think we should cool the tempo.
I will never ever do it. A lot of people calling me and I say, "Oh, your business everything be happening." No, I will not do it.
Yeah.
I'm a be a United Nations Secretary General tomorrow. Then they say, "Oh, like you are doing this on the show."
There you go.
No, I will not do it. I'll be far result like brother tomorrow.
They make a bishop.
Yeah, I will not do it.
Victor, my man, why you want to be?
I will not do it. I will be. I'm not gonna go.
But listen. So here we are. We have to be honest with ourselves here. When a group of Liberians come together and say we want to be a consortium, we want to do this. Listen, you got a Chinese doing the work, you got a Japanese doing the work. So we want to make our own mark too. We want to say we are next in line. Okay. So
but people just said that most of the people that the Chinese are using are our own engineers and they are doing good.
No,
right?
but why is it, you see, when they are being supervised, they do a good job, but when they are in charge, they're done. I want to believe that Jalatan Road, those people who work on that road, some of them may be working on a different company and doing well. But Sarah, look at the government, right? Look at all the ministers and department heads. When they work in this country under other people, they do well. But when you put them in charge, everything breaks down. I think Ellie was so upset. I was there. She said, it is a mess. She said, look at it, just throw cement and plaster on the road. That's what she said.
You're joking.
The road was terrible.
Wow.
So same thing happened with my other Bassa brother. They brought him in to because of connection. They brought him in to take over from John Molu. Of all people, can you imagine coming, filling the shoes of John Molu as the AG? Can you imagine they bring you into the country to take over the country, to fall in the footsteps of John Molu? And y'all can call all y'all want. I'm not bringing y'all on here. So
why not? You're scared?
Yeah. So they brought my Bassa brother Kehleboe. They brought Kehleboe in. They brought Kehleboe in to take over from John Molu. And Kehleboe performed so badly. I don't know if Pewee was in town when they brought Kehleboe in to take over from John Molu. That Bassa boy disgraced us. Totally incompetent.
Listen, I'm not going to Kehleboe fire me.
Oh.
So we're part of the 42 illegal anyway. We're part of the 42 auditors at the GSC that Kehleboe
fired.
In his own language, he redundant us.
Yes, if
you can recall, it brought a noise.
Yes,
and I was the spokesperson for that group that eventually led to his dismissal. He was the disgraced former Auditor General of Liberia. He was a total mess, and I can say this time to time. He was also a mess at the GSC. And again, yes, what I was saying. You know, we move on sometimes, and that's one of the reasons why Liberia forging on is going to be very difficult. If Mr. Gayman is doing this today, I say, Mr. Gayman, what you did, the project we gave you for the country, and you the money rather, you ought to do it, and you didn't do it well. And I shouldn't, because Mr. Gayman is my extension, my Bassa friend, I should protect Mr. Gayman. The reason why we just brought up the issue about road construction, and I was just talking to one of the face of road construction in Liberia. That road, all of the engineers, if you were to talk to them, you talk to non-engineers, even those of us that were active in advocacy at the time, because that are one of those that caused reasonable noise to the extent that Ellen had to move. We used to Ellen, because there was time where Ellen accusing Ellen of taking those cement to her house. So she got angry, she wanted to rather see. All of the money was given to Minister Donso. Mr. Donso came as minister. So those that performed on that road as engineers, those that got the contract, they were mess, and they did mess to the country. And that's why when the president, when she hit them, she dismissed Donso immediately as Minister of Public Works. She didn't stop there. She didn't dismiss and asked the people to investigate that they pay back the money. The government paid the money. Okay, so here's what happened. The money that was given for that road, the first and foremost things, the president, at the time, the people wanted the road to be alpha pavement. Donso and his court of friends that he brought as engineer to do, and whosoever to get the contract to, they said, no, we cannot do alpha pavement. What we want to do cement pavement. Cement pavement. So they went through the land. Eddie said she needed the road because the road Bassa was part of the plan when the war then was doing the road from Broad Street to the Torgbean Boulevard all the way to ELV Junction. They needed to do most of the other road are connecting. Those are surface streets that will connect to the main boulevard. And the road started. They messed the whole project out. And the way they even started doing, when they started the project, Sarah, they would bring crush rag and all things, wasted here, this, that, and spread the area. And where they were to do, they hire people that were not paying. So those that were the senior guys on the thing ate the money. So those dated contractors that they brought in, they were not well paid, so they started taking the cement home. Some of them started selling them. Some of them started bringing pickup to put crush rock in it. And the whole project just got messed up.
Wow.
Mr. Gayman, it's true, that got messed up. We all got again on the government at the time. So I said, hey, the government was not able to do this project, other thing. And that's the president went there. The Minister of Public Works standing, the president is here. She said, I'm disappointed, Donso. I shouldn't have brought you as minister. Imagine your president is raging that way. There's not history that we try to imagine on top of our head. That was a complete mess. So it's possible that you can have someone that is, I can be a professor of this today and go one day and have a bad day in my class, right? And the student can say, but today the prof was not good in his presentation.
it obviously would be the case to happen. Then we're seeing those things. Then we have some of, and when we deal with females, the reason why we do those things is because some of us got sisters. I got more than 6 sisters. And I always do it my business or not, because the day I want to do it will not be good. It will not be good. This thing is not.
We just have to be tolerant with each other. That's all.
You know, so sometimes we drink it and
just watch our choice of words. That's all. We have to be tolerant.
Yeah, that's it. That debate. So come in and say other people are this. When you describe other people, nobody get a problem with you. They listen to you, they cool off. They come and give their side of the story. And yeah.
You know who's that? You see me and Ellen?
Yeah, that Ellen, yeah.
So I was there. You know, when I say these things, I mean, even I was actually disgruntled, disappointed, because at the time we were taking professional Liberians to Liberia to go ahead and take some of these contracts. And she did her best. She gave few of our people chances, and they blew it. I mean, that Jalatan role, if you had gone there, it was terrible. I mean, like she said, they looked at the Jetto cement and just plastered the road. How can you plaster the road? You know, but anyhow, that's why the Fanta said that the money was not given. And I know from my experience, the money was fully given. So
maybe the deputies ate the money.
Who will eat the money? I don't eat the money.
I mean, when I said deputy,
can I come in here?
Eat the money.
Yeah,
can I come in here?
Let me
okay.
Sorry, man. No, sorry. I will do that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Donso, the project was falling from there. The people that he had behind him to carry on the work, maybe, you know, they screw up. So at the end of the day, the boss will get the blame, though. He's going to get the blame for that.
The boss starts with him, yes.
Obviously, he's going to get the blame.
Boss, they're not only accepting blame on the boss. This boss was just very incompetent. He didn't know what he was doing. He brought a group of people on the history. You see, listen, people can't, a lot of people in the block they need engineers. They are not real engineers. People went through their apprenticeship and other things, the students on time. They may not have, and the kind of a road they were trying to do. They didn't have the baseline. If they are engineers, they fail on that one. The workforce, they fail on that one. And we ought to be fair here. If we will continue our level of advocacy and direct it one side, and then disengage when if it came to us, then I mean we're not serious for advocacy. We're not serious. These knee-jerk approaches, we have to disengage from them and go straight forward. The issue is not about supervising the role. The issue about the role of giving, like, okay, let's sit here and say the current road has been done by the government of Liberia or whatsoever thing. Then the dealer role, the government pay all of the money. The procurement process went through. The issue they gave them this, they gave them that, and there was something the government, I mean, for taking on. If you cannot do, if the leader of a country, Liberia, that the leaders can be so careless sometimes, we say they indulge into supporting or tolerating corruption also. If the president would be so angry, 2 times I saw Madam President so angry. The first time was that road project. The next time, if everybody can recall, because I followed it very deeply. And I didn't follow to say yes, I myself play role and documented some of them. The next time I was there when she was so angry was on the what the high school they have, Mr. Nagbe, please help me, what the high school they have in New Gutan there. What the new other high school?
D12.
She even looked in the face of the late Minister of Education. I'm told he's there. I don't know. She looked in the Minister of Education face and said, "I'm disappointed in you." The president stood in D12 one of the classes, and she could see the class from inside. She turned to the minister and said, "I'm very disappointed." So I got red, and as she left.
That's why you need to be checking projects as they are being done.
Yes, and as she said again, and then that 2 times
you know what is done.
Did those things. And when she did, I also done so. She said, "Donzo, I expected much of you to kind of do this. I don't think you can be my minister." And she moved, she took action. And then, and people will say, "Did the president with this public work minister when the government had not paid money? Where do we ever do that?"
Well, okay, Fanta, you were in flight. Before you go, let me welcome Mr. Garguah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to be on.
Great. Go ahead, Fanta.
You know, when people don't know their right from their left and have no idea of what they speak of and consider themselves to be expert in all matters, is very disgraceful. It truly is. That road is a 3 miles road. The funding that was allocated was grossly underfunded, $1.5 million for a 3 miles road. I challenge or welcome the engineer who's going to sit here and tell us for a 3 miles road, $1.5 million was sufficient for that construction. When you look at the major roads in Liberia today, my father built those roads. His record is still very much there. So anyone who attempts to stain
Which road are you talking about?
From the Tomalin Boulevard Road to no. So when I say, if you look at the major roads in Liberia today that are still around, that are still very solid, my father built those roads. Even most of the roads are in the rural areas, those feeder roads. He worked on them tirelessly. Till today, he's going blind because of the lack of protective gears the ministry provided for him, and him and others who were working on that road. Him and most of his peers, when they started getting older, they started getting blind. These people worked 16, 18 hours paving the roads that you see today, both asphalt and feeders across Liberia. So to sit here and try to demean any of that work, I would not sit for it, and I think is disgraceful and is ill-informed. To sit here and talk about credibility from someone who is the patron of corruption. It's so easy to say that Liberians do not have the capacity, they don't have the capabilities. Giving them the opportunity, they often mess up. It's a lie. It's a blatant lie. There are so many Liberians who are really great engineers or really great in their field. But when they go to bid for projects, do you know what happened, Mr. Gayman? They get underbidded. They get undercut. And often the person that they're sitting across from, where the PPCC is supposed to come in and protect them, or the Liberianization policy, they will tell them, if you don't give us, if the project is worth $1 million, this is the actual technical calculation. To build this project is going to be $1 million. And they actually put in their bid for $1 million. They will tell them, no, you need to give us 300,000 of that. Okay? And then you can take the 700. I don't care how you do it. You go or you come down. We just want like our.
Pewee, can you mute?
Oh.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't care how you do it. You go up, you come down. We just want like the exact requirements of this road. Outside of my father being in engineering, I know so many Liberian companies who worked here in the US, went back to Liberia, opened their engineering firms, did really great work. But when it came to the government paying their money, or when it came to bidding for project, they will always get undercut and underbid by the Chicos of the world, by the SSF of the world, so by the foreigners of the world. And then we wonder why we don't see Liberian companies at the level of which they should be involved in the rehabilitation of their countries. How are you going to see them when a project is worth $1 million in terms of the technical requirements? Chico comes and put it in for like $700,000. Chico's going to give $200,000 like to the bureaucrats who have influenced him to get that project. And often it's out of the minister's hand. It's out of the minister's hand. And let's not pretend like we don't know this. For that particular project, that particular Jalatan project, my father consulted on it and he advised the minister, do not undertake this project, because this 1.5 cannot build 3 miles road. He advised them against it. And when he pushed back, Elliot insisted that it gets done. So when I say my father was part of that road, from a consultation perspective, and advised the minister against it, is not going to be good. It's not going to work out. So when people want to sit here and like pretend like they have information they know nothing about, I watched my I got on the phone with my father. I remember conversations with him about that road every day he goes and advise against. So this is like first-hand experience. I'm not talking about some third-party experience. Among other engineers, his friends and others who also consulted on that road and advised them against it. But the executive mansion demanded it get done. So I would love to invite the engineer, any engineer on here who is going to tell us that for a 3 miles road, $1.5 million can build it. You're asking for disaster. And this is what they do to Liberian companies. They set them up for failure. They set them up for failure. Imagine that person put in that $1 million and said, look, this is what it's going to cost. I can't, if you take anything else off, it's not going to be good. Then they have to go, then they have to be undercut because they won that project for private companies, because they won that project. Then they're going to put in like a BOQ for like 700,000, right? For a $1 million work. Then they have to go to the bank, to Echo Bank, and take out a loan to buy the materials to build that project. How much interest is EcoBank charging? 20%, 25%, 30%? What does EcoBank also do, or the UBAs, or even LBDI? What do? They make them put down collaterals of either their homes, their family homes, money they do not have. So what ends up happening is disastrous. Completely disastrous. Then they say, y'all see? We told her they can't do it. Y'all see what they did? Then they took it and gave it to the Chinese, who would definitely put in $600,000 for a $1 million project. And they would take out $200,000 and give it to their bureaucrats, their brown envelope, just to get the project. They don't care about quality. So the audacity for anyone, not just limited to this role, to come down on any Liberian company who have established themselves to actively participate in the rehabilitation of their nation, but get denied, willfully, intentionally, get cut out of their own country rebuilding. The audacity of that person. And then you want to put Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the corruption in chief, on a pedestal as the most credible person? It's laughable. And let's welcome other Liberian companies on here. Let them tell us, why do you guys fail? Oh, they gave you an opportunity. Why do you fail? I challenge you. The story I just related will be very much their story. They are set up to fail. In fact, let me tell you something. I have families who are in other types of businesses who bid with the government. You know what they have to do? They have to travel and bring in foreigners to serve as their front men, because they know when they go to that ministry, they will deny them the contract. So they say, so we have to put a Ghanaian in front of us, or we have to put a Lebanese in front of us, or we have to put an Indian in front of us, or we have to put a white American man in front of us. There are a lot of companies who are fronted by these foreigners that are Liberian owned. But if they were to go and bid for them directly, they would get denied. So if you don't know something, it's better you just keep your opinion like to yourself, or invite the people who actually know and have been in those spaces. I bid for projects. I know what it's like, among many others. So you will not sit here. I will not allow no one to sit here and denigrate any Liberian company who are only trying to participate and only want a fair chance to participate, but get denied every single time by their own people.
Thank you.
I renounce that.
Listen.
Fanta, please check your
listen.
check
Let me welcome. Gee, let me welcome Tomalin. Tomalin, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you to everybody. It's good to be on the show. But I just wanted to say, so even if the Liberian company is incompetent, we should not bring, because the problem our companies face is that they want these contracts, but then lack the capacity to do the job, and that's the problem we face. So if they are not competent,
why should we keep them to do a very low productive work?
That's a very good question,
Well, how
Tomalin.
competent
Listen,
is built.
Listen,
come on,
How,
man.
like how, like so, Mr. Eastman was on yesterday.
Let me find out 1 minute. Let me go to Robert Garguah.
Well, you gotta work on the man first now.
No, you already work on me.
This
Wait,
woman
can I just answer Tomalin's question?
She's just that picking forth at me. Listen.
Mr. Gayman, can I just respond to Tomalin's question just really quickly? It'll be very short.
1 minute. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay. Tomalin, it's like what we were discussing yesterday with Mr. Eastman. How is it that you have an engineer graduate and then you demand to get a job, he has to have 5 years of experience? How is he going to get that experience when you don't give him the opportunity to? How do you expect him to build that muscle memory? And then I'm not going to completely disregard what you're saying. There are some Liberian companies who are really not good. But I guarantee you, Tomalin, they're in the minority. The companies, there are a lot of Liberian companies who are really good, who are just looking for the opportunities. I know friends, engineering and in other industries, who moved their entire lives to Liberia. They had to go to other countries and they became uberly successful. I know a friend that I met in Liberia. This guy came from Maryland, Army, Iraq, like name it. Decorated engineer, worked for the U.S. Army, came to Liberia, opened his company, gets denied every single time. He left from there. He's working in Guinea, Ivory Coast, Senegal, doing billions of dollars of projects. Now in the Middle East, but they denied him, a Liberian. They denied him in Liberia. And this is what the Liberian companies face all the time. Okay, this is the reality.
Let me go to Robert Garguah. This one, I would say I have proximity. I was there. I saw the work. I saw the action of the president. I saw the performer. I saw all of that. If you are an engineer and you know that it costs $1 million to build a mile of road and they give you 3 miles road for $1 million, hell no. Any professional would say, hell no, I'm not going to do it. But if you took it, I mean, you can do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but I think there are. I mean, I won't speak to what Fanta spoke to, but in detail. But I think specifically, I would agree that the bidding process in Liberia, I don't think is fair, and I think I disagree that it's simply based on incompetence. Because some of the road projects that have been awarded to foreign companies have not done so well when it comes to maintenance as well. Well, we can argue that maybe the government have not put in place any maintenance process, mechanism, or anything of that sort. But to just blanketly state that Liberian companies are not being awarded these projects because of incompetence, I think is unfair to these companies. Because again, part of the reason why they may not be at the level, they may not have the necessary tools and all that. But listen, if you don't give them the opportunity, and if you don't give them what is actually wealth, then how do you expect them to get to the place? But speaking of foreign companies, the $364 million deal that the government announced with Pifofort L Limited, a Sierra Leonean company, that they were supposed to fund 60% of the road project, and the government of Liberia was funding 40%, which was $100 million. Where are we with that? And if you look at that company, there have been not only that they didn't have the resources, they had to raise the funding, the 60%, and that came under a scrutiny. Is the fact that they have their own internal issues in Freetown and other countries that they've done work. And that even the Sierra Leonean government in one of the projects, the toll project, they had to go back and redo the project because of the same incompetence. So I don't think it's about incompetence. I think there are lots of corruption going on. There's a lot of exchange of brown envelopes, and there's a lot of requests with regards to percentages. It's a lot of things going on that I think has prevented Liberian companies from being awarded these contracts. But again, I have not seen. I'm all for the Liberian government ensuring that we have the best contractors carrying out these projects. I'm all for that. But so far, from where I sit, I have not seen many of our roads have issues. Roads that were built 2 years ago. Today, you go and you see them. They're all over the place. And so how do we describe that? I think Liberian companies should be prioritized. I think they should be given equal opportunity to carry out these small or big, medium-sized projects, just as these foreign companies. Because again, if you award Liberians these contracts, they'll spend the money in Liberia. These foreign companies are not spending the money in Liberia. The money is not staying in Liberia. So I think open the playing field. Let's encourage a free and fair competitive bidding process, and give the opportunity to Liberians. If we don't do that, then I mean, you don't expect that these companies will grow, because they're not getting contracts in Ghana. They're not getting contracts in other African countries. And if they're not getting contracts in Liberia, then what becomes of their companies? But again, I think it involves a lot. That's my thought on that.
Let me go to Sarah. Sarah,
Yeah.
let me get
Let me just talk quick, then you talk.
Oh, Lord. Okay, go ahead. You know that I won't get in trouble. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say quickly, I understand Fanta's point, and I think it's true. Sometimes our governments, because of the kickback situation in our country, most times companies are set up to fail. They set them up because if they can't do the work, they can't fund them properly. But my thing is, you're going to do a project, and at the end of the day, that project is going to drag on you if it is not done right. If you don't do it right, and you're not fully funded to do that project, why take the project? So then if something happens and then they come on you and say, oh, this is not done right, you take the blame for it because you accepted whatever amount was given to you to do. It was not enough to do the project. Why take the project?
Yeah, this was the ministry's project. This was the ministry's project.
Let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin.
No, but Mr. Gayman, I think it's important to just say though. I think it's important to just say that it's easily said than done. When you have a lot of these companies that are struggling to even survive, they are not getting contracts anywhere else but in Liberia. It's easy to say, well, if the contract is not fully funded, and a certain amount cannot adequately carry out this project, don't do it. Don't accept. It's easy to say. If they don't accept whatever the contract is, what else are they going to do? Their companies, their businesses die. This is why I'm saying you have to. Well, so Sylvester, tell me now. So if these Liberian companies, I haven't heard, and excuse my ignorance, right? But if are these Liberian company competitive in Ghana and in other countries, like other foreign countries are competitive in Liberia? If this is the case, then okay, that's fine. From what I've heard, it looks like they're not getting these contracts anywhere else. So if I have a contracting company. If I have a contracted company, at this point, I'm trying to survive. So even if the project worth $10 million, and I know it's worth $10 million, but you give me $2.5 million, I'm going to accept it and do the best that I can. It's easy to say don't accept it because that's not what it costs. It's a bad look for your company. I mean, that's just my thought.
Yeah, like this particular project though was the ministry's project, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like this particular project was the ministry's project. The president demanded this work get done. There was pressure on the minister to get this work done, even though there was pushback from his lead engineers to say, do not do it. he felt he could not say no, right? And this had to get done. So again, setting him up for failure, even though he was advised against it. So, like, it's one thing if you're a private company. This particular Jalatan Road project, the Ministry of Public Works did it. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, let me go to Tomalin.
I think Sylvester wanted to say something real quick because I want to.
I actually allow Tomalin to continue.
Yeah,
but I would say reserve that, and I will have
please. Tomalin, let's be fair here, okay? I have sat on many of the boards where we reward money. Most of the companies in Liberia, they are Liberians that come together to form a company to do a role. I would never give a contract to a conglomeration of guys who just came together to do a work. I would like to do here. They will ask you to your company, how long your company be in existence. How many jobs have you done of this magnitude, of this type? You list all of your work and people go and verify. But you can't have Garguah, Jerome Gayman, Nagbe, because we got engineering to do. We just get together and say, let's go build a road. This is what is happening in the country. But anyway, let me go to Tomalin. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman, that's why they have this PPCC for. That's one of the reasons why it was established too, before giving contracts to people. And I remember when I went to Liberia 2024, I had an opportunity to meet with the president, the PPC chairman, Bodo Johnson, and it was clear, that they give her these bids for Liberian contractors, for Liberian companies, but then what they are doing, they go and connive with the foreign folks and to fund for them. When the contract is given, then they tell them to pay them off, and then they leave it with them. Okay, I saw the vice president.
Who's paying who off?
They will pay. For instance, let's say I'm a foreigner, right? And then, but the law says that in order to get the company to get a certain contract, I need a Liberian to be involved, like Liberian to be part of it. So I can't say, Robert, please, because you're already in the same field, and you come and join me, and we get a contract. Then when I get it there, then you tell me, man, just pay me off. Let me just leave you there. That's what I've been doing. So that's what I've been doing. And again, on the money, their own Liberianization of stuff. That's why I think I saw the vice president this week say they're trying to enforce the Liberianization stuff now, which I just see as a joke, because if they're serious, there are lots of stuff going on in Liberia that they can start enforcing now. We know it's serious. Start issuing order now that only Liberians can do certain things. Go for it. And I'm sure you got Liberians, you can even get Liberian companies involved. Liberians can get together and do it. Like look for example, the rice. We have, prior to this government, I think they have 1 or 2 Liberian rice importers. Now I think they got 5, but they can hardly do it. They can hardly bring it. So that's a problem too. But on the issue about this Donzo, man, I remember vividly, it was 2009, 2010. President Saleh relieving of his portfolio because she did a spot visit on that project, and she found out that they have not done a good job, and she called for his resignation. I mean, she fired him because of that. So it's just sad, Mr. Gayman, that we talk about having these opportunities to do some jobs, some contract, but then when we are given opportunity, we don't have the capacity, and that's a problem. So, but also too, if they can help Liberians get the contract, like giving them some loans or so forth to give them capacity, I'm sure they can do it, But before I end, tomorrow during our first segment, we have the Raji team will be here. J. Melton and Yoko, President and CEO, Small Town Football, Chairman of the Coalition of Willing, in support of Raji re-election, will be here tomorrow for the first segment. So we'll have them tomorrow on the show. So at least closing argument, we give everybody opportunity to come and talk. We are not for nobody, we're for no side. That would make it clear. So Raji people say they come tomorrow. We'll be here asking the question. After that, we'll continue our show. So thank you.
Great. Let me before I welcome Honorable Peabody, Friday, we're going to have for our guest for 1 hour, Dr. Alex Red. He's a film critic, poet, and author from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He is a preacher. He will be here. We'll be talking about the film, the assassination of William R. Talbot. We'll be talking about a lot of other stuff. So Friday for 1 hour, I think they are in Colorado, so that's what, Central Town or Mountain Town or something like that.
Which film are we talking about? The film the guy was promoting the other day?
Yes, the assassination of William R. Talbot. So you need to be here to talk. We're going to be talking about professional critic film. It's not about whether the film is bad or not, but we are going to be talking professionally.
Well, I already know what happened to that film. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, these Kepama people, you're too much. Dr. Peabody worker, I don't want to make
you have to make your own film. You have to agree to make your own film.
Yeah, that's what
Welcome, everybody. Good to see everybody, man. I just pop it in my.
You in Accra?
No, I'm right here in New Jersey. Brought my son for basketball practice, so just hitting you guys up from the car. The show been interesting, so I just wanted to pop in and see what's going on. Talking about Liberia contractors and Lebanese contractor. Who got the most money? We get the contract. And sometimes too, people, but there are record Liberian contractor who have paid for contract. They give it to them, and they've done nothing with the money. They misuse it. I mean, just even on this most recent road, the ELWA, Robert Street Highway, there was a Liberian contractor that took money and they didn't do the work. I'm not saying, the fact is, Liberians should be given priority. Liberians should be given an opportunity to get loans to bait for these contracts, the bank and stuff like that. But unfortunately, in our country, the foreigner are the one that can go to the bank and get any amount of money they want. They don't like an opportunity like that. Want someone back up the opportunity. Also,
they don't pay debt.
They get too many nails in the wall. Liberians are hard to pay debt. That's one of the most difficult situations. Liberians don't like to pay debt. The moment you give them one contract, they'll use half of that money and be sitting there in drinking spot and buying 2-3 cars and things like that when they should be doing it. But overall, there are some great Liberian contractors that have been doing wonderful. We can't say that all Liberians are like that, but I think we have prioritized the foreigner a lot until we don't even care about our own people. Lebanese have been prioritized a lot. So Lebanese get all the contract. They come to the country very broke, and the next thing they're having big contracts and things like that. They control our automobile industry, the stationery, they control it, building, they control it, because we have learned to put our people down, and our country will not grow. It will not go anywhere if we continue to use these people. I think Liberians are capable. We just need to give them the right tools, and they will do better. Why don't we create our own middle class now, our own millionaires in Liberia? Why we continue to make Lebanese and Indians millionaires in Liberia? Look at a guy like Chetty. Chetty will almost be a billionaire. He got all the rubbers, he got all the industry, the steel, and stuff like that. So I think that you need the right tools, and we need the right government who will encourage Liberian businesses and Liberian entrepreneurs. I think we need
serious in that country.
Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, one of the obstacles that we have in Liberia until we can deal with this. Pewee and Garguah and Nagbe can't just get up and form a company and win contract. It doesn't work that way. Some contract require that you have reserve. You got to have certain amount of money in your bank to make sure that, yes, what happens if we say we give you a $10 million contract and the first $1 million has to come from your pocket and you don't have that money. You see, so we got to talk so and talk so. Some of these contracts requires that you've been in business for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, that you have done. You say you have built bridges before. How many bridges have you built? Where can we go and do this? Where can we inspect? Where can we verify? You don't have any of these things. Garguah and Sarah and this one got together because They said there's a bid coming, so we just go and go apply for a bid. That's not how it works. Then you say they don't want to give Liberian people the chance. You have to go through the process. Pewee coming here.
Absolutely, and yes, the point, and you know, most of the contracts Liberian company, and that's what Raul was saying. I was in a little disagreement to that, and that Raul, listen, you with your expertise in what you do good, very well. If the Marriott in Accra were to call you for some expertise, and they say, okay, and then you worth that trip, you worth something about maybe 30K or 45K. Then they say, man, we won't call Rob, and we'll find you something like 3K. Where you go?
No, I'm not going.
So
I'm not accepting. But let me ask you this: I'm not accepting it because I can afford to take 3 or 5K. I have that, right? So I'm talking about the companies that are being offered that amount, even though they know that this is not enough, but they can't go into the bank to get that amount. How in that position? What do they say?
Now, and the engineer, there are certain professions we ought to be very mindful because there's repetitional problem. If you create any repetitional damage, there's a potential that you may not even get contract moving forward. Now, every engineer will have to know that. So if this amount cannot do it, come on, there's not an excuse to say this happened or that happened. No one should show bluff here. It's absolutely not. If you cannot do it, Raul, if 2 million cannot do this, and you must have a company repetition going to be on the line, future government will use that to dismiss us, to not get contract normal. Then what will happen to the business? What's going to happen to the business? So on the basis of that, 21 engineers that are really going to stick to the paper will say, hey, we cannot do the job on the basis of what you want to give us. But to Mr. Gayman question here, and I agree, most of the company in Liberia would be, and I want to use the word, special purpose vehicle to establish companies. And the reason why I said special purpose vehicle, let's agree that Rawa is the Minister of Public Works and some kind of contract coming, boom, you say, well, he get moved, boom, Gayman and Pewee Construction Agency, right? Boom, that's a special purpose vehicle. That's intent. And you will know that if you were to issue contract on the basis of that, you're not going to get no reward, no genuine reward you're going to have. The government of Liberia have allocated, and when the World Bank started, when Ellen took over in 2006, all of the road was all in shambles. Liberia was a pariah state, was a failed state. There were no roads in the country. From Broad Street all the way to Red Light, it was all potholes. And then what she did, she was part of this issue. The first and foremost thing was that to re-engage with the international partners, say to partners that it's about time that we reconstruct most of our roads in the city. Everything came down. So they decided to do the Topman Boulevard. That Topman Boulevard was 100% sponsored by the World Bank Group, given to the Chinese company. They did their own procurement process. All of those other surface streets, like the other roads that are coming up, the government said, we're going to raise some money. So the government raised some money to the budget. That money that even sponsored that Jonathan Road was a supplementary budget that was being done on Anthony Sire as Minister of Finance at the time. Right? So if the government went in and said, hey, so she saw that road, because at the time, in the meaning, the reason why any put emphasis on that road was because the major road the boulevard was being done. So we had a detour to decongest the heavy traffic in the Sinkhole area, and that of the Tottenham was being reconstructed. So they wanted to do that. So listen, I would say to anybody, we ought to be professionals. We have to stick to the level of professionalism, and that's the reason why I'd rather I put that back to you. If they were to call you for that and you eloquently and I expected that phase of their answer, you would say no, absolutely, because it's about repetitional problem tomorrow. It's repetitional problem. The money come one day, what people would want to think towards it. They may meander in different capacity and different way whatsoever, but it's going to be a repetitional issue. So we have a lot of special purpose vehicles that are pushed into establishing companies in Liberia just to get those things, and people say, okay, they didn't give the money, this gave the money. No, that's nonsense. If you didn't give my company money, I'm not going to get the job done. How do I get the job done if I didn't get the money? So if I will have to collude with you in showing that I cannot get the job done, meaning
this company is a special purpose vehicle, meaning it's just for this. We get the money, suck up, and we leave. And it shouldn't be that way. And that's one of the reasons why I said on the show today that we got some Liberian companies that are still very good. We have a lot of, and I can remember Cyril trying to ask this question. I say, hey, we have a lot of trained Liberian engineers. Went to the University of Liberia, graduated from the engineering department of the University of Liberia. Some of them also started Maurice Polytechnic. Most of them are being trained, and they are also deployed as resident county engineers. They're doing the assessment of these roads. They see the formation, the methodology deployed by engineers, and they will validate certain things. So the validation process from the Ministry of Career Engineers that are there deployed to do some of these jobs. So listen, if we can come to get these things done on the basis of just hearing name, and that's why Liberia going to go nowhere. And I will pray that it will change in our time, but it's going to be difficult because we want to be clean. We want to sound clean here as Angel Gabriel on the other angle and hit other people. When then in our backyard we have some mess in the backyard, but we don't want other people to spark those mess. So you see, then the country will force ahead. The country will force ahead. For me, hey, if I did wrong, hit me. Hit me. If I did wrong, hit me. If my institution did wrong, hit me. I would say, okay, yeah, probably there was some issue with some of them do this, and that's one of the reasons why some of us people don't like, because it's one of the reasons why when Robert Kehleboe came and we brought this, I will close on this. When he came to the General Auditing Commission at the time, the GSE is the only supreme audit institution we have in Liberia. When he came there, the first group of people he met, I was one of those he met. I didn't know I was one of the first you're going to get rid of illegally in a way. But when I sat with him, he asked me, what's the benefit of Auditor General? What's the rule? What's it that? We set the structure for him. But he deviated from it. And exactly what I told him, if you deviate from some of these things, you embarrass yourself, Auditor General. And surprisingly, and when these things unfolded, Madam Salif pulled the plug and just did what she had to do. But professionals, you always stand by the code of professionalism. If there's no money to get the job done, tell the government should understand that to build 1 mile of road, it will cost this amount of $1 million. And if I'm the engineer trying to put a proposal out for 1 mile of 30 mile of road, I would have to go first and foremost. There are a lot of thinking to project proposals, if you will. You're proposing a project, you even think for room for a lot of other difference and other things. To say people will not give you the money, go do this, that's far from the reality. There's nothing of such will happen. You build a road. It's just like we have and listen, Robert, quickly here. The maintenance issue on the road is one of the major problems we have in Liberia.
It is.
Most of our roads, most of the roads, and again, non-engineer guys said most of the road, the folks will do they will apply, they will put the engineers' sense together. But if you don't maintain the road, it gives room for the road to get damaged in no time.
I know, Mr. Nagbe, shouldn't that be part of the contract conversation about?
Yeah, that's where I wanted to come in, Rob. I've been waiting for
yeah.
Let me say this quickly.
Go ahead, Nagbe.
Quickly, look, when we proposed to build a road over the Jaw River Bridge, the Ministry of Public Works came out and told us they have specs for the construction of any road or bridge in the country. Right, so I hear Fanta tell the story. For a 3 mile road, the President of the Republic of Liberia, through the Ministry of Public Works, should know that at 1.28 million, the upper limit is about lower limit is about 600,000. There is no way the government of Liberia should expect a 3 mile road to cost $1.5 million. That was a setup, because for that road, you're talking about anywhere between 1.8 million to about $3.8 million. So if you give $1.5 million and request a road to be constructed for that price, 3 mile road, I think that was a setup. Now I understand Fanta's argument that sometimes the local companies, they struggle so much to get projects. I have contracted with the government of Liberia before I worked for the government. You know, it is like they knowingly beat you up the head until you walk away with practically nothing. Even the little that you will walk away with, they will still go in your pocket. So I understand that. But having said that, the president dedicated this road. What were the specs that they supplied for this road to meet before considering the road completed and therefore ready to be dedicated? If the Ministry of Public Works, which is supposed to monitor these projects, I think if they certify the road as meeting the specs that were, given to the contractor, then I don't see what the problem is. But I hear the description you're giving, Sylvester, you and Jerome, the Jalatan Road. It's a bad project. I agree with that. But I still ask the question: if we know it's a 3-mile road, do we give the requisite funding to build this project, or we just, expected a flyby construction, and we got
Mr.
a
Nagbe, can I ask you a few seconds? Mr. Nagbe, a few seconds. Can I ask you this quickly? Let's agree you are the engineer of public work. I mean, the Minister of Public Work and the engineer.
Yes.
Let put it to that. Come back to that reasoning. That you are the engineer, then you are the engineer, then and say this is a 3-mile road. And if a mile road from the perspective of engineering is going to be $1 million per mile, that should be $3 million or so, right? And then I'm the president. I say to you, Mr. Nagbe, I need to do this. It's important because of the distraction we're having from the other side. What will you tell me then? And I say, okay, it's 3 miles. We'll give you $1.5 million. As Minister of Public Works, if we're going by that parity of reasoning, I know that's not the case. It was never the case. But let's go by the parity of reasoning. Will you accept that money to do the project?
No, what I also know about government Sylvester, many times you don't get the money they promise you. You sign a contract and they underfund you. Sometimes you agree for $2 million and they end up giving you $1 million.
Okay, Mr. Give me one few seconds. Then I agree now. Then I'm the president. I'm there.
No, but I'm saying to you,
but I'm the president.
That's
why I'm coming. I'm the president. I'm there. I'm the president. I'm there now. Hitting on you.
Hang on now. You're the president. I'm the contractor. You and I agree that I will build a road for $3 million. That is the contract. But it is very possible at the end of the day, you only disburse to me $1.5 million. I know that it happens with the government of Liberia. I can tell you
if your reputation was on the law, then you will release the information.
No, but if you already in the
can we hear Mr. Gayman, please?
You're already in the middle.
But listen.
You're already in the middle.
You know the story, man. Gayman, you know the story.
Can we hear, please?
Hold on. Guys, hold on. 1 minute. Hold on. Guys, 1 minute. I'm coming find out. Go ahead. Put the person on.
Yeah, go ahead.
But Mr. Nagbe ain't finished yet, my people.
I'm coming back to him.
No,
I'm coming
back to him.
Yeah, Nagbe.
Let me end my thought. I'm saying to you, I have supplied the government of Liberia.
Yeah, Mr. Jerry, I'm sorry.
We agree on a price.
I'm relaxing. I'm sorry.
You're not going over there.
Let me invest, man. They call your staff on talking to
you're not going with that airport again.
I know, man. But I can invest. They put according. Let them waste more. We better let them.
Let me
agree. Sarah, Robert bartender, they come today, so he went to his chili.
How you know so?
Later, go ahead.
Rob didn't drink mouthwash, but I was saying to you, I know I have supplied the government, and the amount that we agree on was never paid to me. I know that. We agree a certain amount. Based on that, I supplied. I was underpaid. Now, I don't know the details of this project, but it is very possible that I don't understand that. I don't believe that the government of Liberia will know a 3-mile road cost $1.5 million, and it will compel a contractor to take that project. So I've learned that you can go ahead and take the call.
Wait, just before you take,
that's it. Going to come out.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. This is Johnny. Couldn't join you guys today due to somebody.
Who's Johnny?
But following, I'm following. I'm following you guys' discussion around the Liberian engineers being involved with road construction. And I think my contribution is to say that I believe that Liberian engineers can construct roads in Liberia in as much as they have the support from the government and they can come together. For example, my young brother was hired by a company to work in Saudi Arabia as a civil engineer where they were doing railroad construction. You understand that he spent 3 years there in Saudi. They were doing farm to market railroad construction in Saudi. His contract got terminated because of the COVID, and so he came back. And he tried to put forward in the ministry. So he said, look, I have these skills, and the graduate from Federal. So I'm saying this in line with what I heard my brother Pewee say about Liberians that have been trained at the University of Liberia and other universities in this country that have the knowledge, that have the capacity to do road construction. We just need to find a way to motivate and encourage our Liberian engineers. We ourselves can build our country with minimal, foreign, involvement to extend our technical skills, are already here. Knowledge is already here. So I just thought to make that contribution to say Liberians can do it. We have trained Liberians, and I can reference my young brother who was went in Saudi Arabia to complete. He was hired by a company from Liberia. He went there. He was there for 3 years to do road construction. He was even serving there as a senior engineer, where he had a lot of Filipinos and other guys working on him as daily hire, whatever, in the Saudi Arabia. So Liberians can capacity. We need to invest in our Liberian professionals to build this country. That's my contribution towards the conversation.
So Johnny,
yeah,
what do you make about the attack on your political leader by Deputy Minister Samuel?
That was just a kind of immature behavior. Kind of like, that's the way. When you discuss substantive issues about the government and how we should govern this country, and you don't want to discuss the substantive issues, you go to the ordinary quarter politics, pavement discussion. That can be just some political attitude. So that's what they are. And that tells you how poorly they are prepared to manage this country. That's my view about his statement. We want to not talk about anybody's personal life, anybody's personal achievement, whatever. He spoke about the governance issues in the country, how we can improve our governance issue, how we can try to even retail our budget and allocation with regards to like rainbow benefiting from the national cake. And he tried to respond to that, whether that is true or not. He tried to use because the ban our party, staying in the last election was around 0.02%. And so that's what you can say. So that tells you how money they are. They don't direct the government. They just give by asking to power. I can better say that to everybody. But if you keep a better government, you won't respond to the problem in that manner and form. You respond to the substantial issue that was discussed. Not individual issue, not personality. But I think a lot of public, from public perception, what I've been following on the social media. But again, that's the country we have. These are the guys that are inbound today. That tells you how the governance quality is in terms of leadership and the rest of it.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let me switch the topic a little bit.
Well, Mr. Gayman, just before we get off this topic, I have something very important to add.
Quick, go ahead.
Okay. So it's so easy to beat on Liberian companies. So easy to beat on Liberian talent. I actually just remembered, and I confirmed it with research, that this road was not built by a Liberian company or a Liberian engineer. This road was built by Chico, the Chinese company. So for those who have so intimate information about all of this happening, you missed that part. This was not, the Jalatan Road was not built by Liberian engineers or a Liberian company. Again, I repeat, go do your research. The Jalatan Road that we're condemning the Liberian engineers who consulted and denounced and advised against proceeding with this project, that they were not taking heed. Their advice were sent by the wayside. This was a Chinese company. Chico was the one who built that, who did that Jalatan project.
Okay.
The lead, this is important.
Yeah.
This is important.
Yeah,
Gayman,
before listen, we're not going to go back.
Like,
we're not going to go back and forth on this.
I said back.
He just said on this show, we can recall. You see, and then
Mr. Gayman,
people have to be. She just said on this show that public work didn't rule. She just said it was a public work project.
What I need
to just said it was a public work project.
When I say something, then they say, "Oh, contact."
I can.
I'm being disrespected. And you're not saying anything. I'm being disrespected right now, and nobody is saying anything.
She just said.
Nobody texting me.
Nobody should text me. Nobody should text me nothing. After their action, it's up to you.
No, I asked them.
After their action, it's up to you. I'm being disrespected.
Fanta, nobody threatened. I don't think anybody threatened anybody.
No, I'm being disrespected. I was speaking. I waited for everyone to speak. I did not interrupt.
Go ahead.
I'm being disrespected.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I say that my father consulted on this project as one of the engineers, and he advised against it. The entire the lead engineering teams from the Ministry of Public Works advised against the proceeding with this project. They did the computation and said, look, this $1.5 million is not going to do this road. This is set up to fail. But because the president wanted to get this done, from whatever influence he had from China, because Chico was the one who was doing this road. They were only consulting. They were advised to proceed with the work. This is the epitome of demonstration when it comes to setting Liberian professionals up to fail. You understand? And that 1.5 million, they were not just to do like that 3-mile road. They had to do drainages. That included the pavement. It also included sidewalks. You better tell me, how was this project going to ever end up successful? There have been other projects where you have public works overseeing, and it's been foreign companies. But when something goes wrong, they blame the Liberians who are involved. They blame the ministry instead of blaming Chico. You never heard like Chico being blasted. All you saw was Minister Donzo being blasted. All the men had the money. All the men misappropriated like the funds. When Chico was the one who built the road and did not heed to their advice, they had oversight. I want to clarify again for those who are hard of hearing. I want to clarify. The involvement of the Liberian engineers were oversight. The person doing the contractor doing the road was Chico. And they, against their advice, was told this road had to proceed. And this is what I mean again when I say Liberian professionals and Liberian companies are set up to fail. If that was a foreign advice or a foreign consultant advising the president, no, do not proceed with this, what is going to fail, she would have listened to them. Because this was coming from her minister and his lead engineering team, she denounced it. So to blame Liberian professionals, I'm hearing echoes.
Yeah, okay. Listen, what I'm go ahead.
Liberian, Mr. Gayman, you never seem to interrupt anyone else when they're speaking. When I'm speaking, you often want to interrupt me. It's really important.
Let everybody mute while we're speaking. The feedback, let everybody mute.
When it comes to Liberian professionals, Liberian companies, they often take the blame for everything. We will tear them apart. We will beat them up. We will disgrace them. We'll make sure they get bankrupt. But if only we did a little bit more digging to understand the complexities that they had been entangled in, we will have a bit more compassion. It has nothing to do with my father. I have seen this way too many times. Way too many times. Look, my father, and that's why it really pisses me off when anyone infer any type of negative connotation to the work that he did and that entire team did. Him and his peers, all of them. All of them. It really pisses me off because these guys made sacrifices for this country. And they are truly the unsung heroes. So for us to sit there and get so comfortable with being demeaning or denigrating the work that they did, I will not sit for it. So as you saw, the hairline ran. Minister Donzo, and the engineering team. No one talked about Chico when Chico was the contractor. Yet Chico went on to get more projects, much bigger projects after that. If that was a Liberian company, oh no, they would have been bankrupt. They would have never been given a second chance. Up to this day, this was maybe over 10 years ago. Up to this day, Chico is still building roads
and doing construction projects in Liberia. So now that you have that information, I want to see what the energy is. Okay. Now it's not Liberian coming in the field. It was Liberian engineers overseeing, but it was a Chinese company who messed that road up.
Okay.
Now where is the energy?
Thank you. Pewee, real quick, so I can go to what I'm going to do. I know I was there when the president dedicated the road. She was upset. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask to pull the actual document on this road. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we'll all try to do more tomorrow. But let me say this quickly. It's good for the platform. Chico didn't do the road. Our mess up was never done by Chico. And again, and sometimes it's good to listen to the federal panelists as they come in with their point. Chico did not. That road started around 208 thereabout. Chico did not do that project. And you see, we come with the exuberance as though we got the information, but we far from it. So the project was done at the time. The failed and messy project was done by the Ministry of Public Works under the supervision of Minister Donso himself. When they failed on that project, Robert and ladies and gentlemen on this show, and to our wonderful followers, take me by that tomorrow. If I don't say, don't get my view. Chico came into the project after the president said he condemned the project and the project failed. Then they gave the project now to Chico. Chico is the one that fixed the road now this way, Robert. The first phase of the project was being done in terms of putting concrete pavement. That's what Donso and his group of incompetent engineers were doing. And they failed on that. When they failed, the government came in and said, hey, this is bad. We need serious thing. But I said, no, man. The next public works minister then agreed that, hey, we will get this contract now to that's how Chico came in the picture. And when Chico came, Chico said, no, we cannot do this on the concrete pavement. We are now going to do a strict file asphalt pavement here. And we're going to do a very good road. And Chico did that road. And that's the road Chico did. So Chico came in the picture after those guys when they did their terrible job. You see, so sometimes we don't profess to know everything. I've never done that, and I will never ever do it. But what I can do is that I will be as diplomatic as I can be, but I will get the facts. I would love to go to the facts. Something that I don't know of, I will speculate. I will say, oh, they say, well, this will. But I followed that project very religiously. So when the guy messed the project up, then Chico came in the picture, and then they gave Chico the project to do. So Chico said, no, we cannot do a concrete. Now, Robert asked people that were in Liberia at the time. When the guy started the project, people were taking cement, you will see people selling cement on the roadside, putting crushed rocks and other things, because they said, well, doing cement pavement. And they messed the project up. And then Chico came in. Yes, Chico came in at last. Chico fixed it. Chico came in at last, and Chico did a more than set up project and did that pavement that connected the Jonathan Road all the way part of most of those boulevard, the sinkhole belt and the rest of it. So yes, if people are saying Chico came in when the road was messed up already, but Donso and his court of engineers that came and did a terrible job, and Madam Salih's dismissing because of the terrible job he did. And the next public works minister, Willie Knockers, when Donso was fired, Willie Knockers came in and get a contract. They let Willie Knockers get the contract now as public works minister to Chico, and Chico came inside. Chico was already contracted by the World Bank to do the Tottenham Boulevard from Broad Street all the way to EWA Junction, because all the road was terrible. And then because they saw that, they said, okay, these are very powerful Chinese company. They had the wherewithal to do those things, and then they gave the contract to Chico. So they had Chico came in the picture. But the first phase was done by the Ministry of Public Works, headed by engineers from the Ministry of Public Works, and the minister as the chief engineer, hired his friends and the rest of his corners and what have you, and they did a terrible job.
You don't even know what you're talking about. Obviously, you have no idea what you're no, but he did it to me. He has no idea.
I didn't interrupt you.
He has no. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you
did. I didn't interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
And that's gotta stop. On a serious note, it gotta stop. Look, Pewee can play farm ball. Pewee can be desperate when you want to be desperate.
Go be desperate. It's okay.
Pewee can be desperate when you want to be
desperate. Lying. That's what you're doing.
Pewee can be desperate when you want to be there. I always send that signal. Y'all don't know it. Pewee can be desperate. And when I want to take a fire, don't stop it, because I will take it both all over the place.
It's okay.
So you gotta say, don't go there. You are female. I respect you. As I was saying, so the information and that's the business.
integrate Liberians, and it will not happen.
That's the basic of the
wrong.
information. So I agree that if Rawa is today good, we say Rawa is good. Or because Rawa is close to me, I'll say no, that's not the issue of saying. We ought to be very clear, Mr. Gayman. Some of these things sometimes as the moderator of this show, and you know the rest of the story about that, I think you follow it very closely.
I brought it up because
and you brought it. I didn't bring this down. I didn't. I just say what I know. Listen, we ought to be frank here and say if they agree, so other time we come and say man study is corrupt, man study is dead. Yeah, I don't get moved on this kind of statement. But people that's supposed to be injured have done that. If it is only based
nobody
on that,
can be injured of nothing. Do not label anybody like injured. Just
people that are supposed to be injured.
You have a card.
People that are supposed to be injured.
That's his choice of words. That's his choice of words.
You have a card to like insult them.
People that are supposed to be injured in terms of, let's say Manasadi is corrupt, granted. But people that are supposed to be injured and that are supposed to get the job done correctly would go and do some level of job that is fair. Even if you have to give that job to a freshman student at the level of the University of Liberia, engineering student, they will perform well. The job the guy they routed.
Yeah, you should have done it. Why you will do it? It was
a terrible job.
You should have done it now.
It was a terrible job.
You should have done it.
It was a terrible job.
You said that you're condemning Liberian.
The man's not an engineer.
No, you know more. The man know more. The man know more.
You should engineer, right? You see why the money not going nowhere around?
But the man not engineer. The
man could have gone to work and do the work. You said freshman can do it.
Pewee, let me Robert.
You should have done it.
I went to the dedication, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw on the president's face the dismay and the disappointment. That's why I brought it up when I say when we Liberians, when we want to go and put together. I have sat on committees where we give a serious contract, either at the county level or the Chamber of Commerce. For you to get these kinds of contract, you have to have a track record. You have to have a bond. We're talking about reserve. You got to have money to say, if something goes wrong, this is what I rely. Your reliance should be on your bond that you have, your money. Some of these folks are just coming together, friends, and they win these contracts. I had a couple of friends that did win some contract on an alley. And when they won the contract, when it was time to perform, they found out that there were no machinery in the country. They didn't have bulldozers. They didn't have dump trucks. They didn't have excavators. They had to lease these machines, and they were not in the country. They had to go to the Ivory Coast, and it took them 3 months to ship the stuff from Ivory Coast over there. By the time they got it, they had already defaulted on their contract. So yes, if you don't have the equipment, it's not just about winning the contract now.
So foreign companies don't ship equipment in, Mr. Gayman.
They have the ability to do that without cost. Because if they have the reserve, we don't have the reserve. You win a $2 million contract. Out of that $2 million contract, you find out that you don't have the equipment. Now you have to go out of the country to bring in equipment at your own expense.
Yeah.
The equipments are not there.
No, they do it with cost. So to ship, there is no cost.
This is what we are talking about. When they go to bid for these contracts, they do not do the total analysis, whether in the country, whether they have equipment rentals, whether they have all of these equipment that they are talking about. It's not in the country.
I don't think it's fair to like the Liberian companies. Like
I will give you a typical success story. This guy called Toma, right? Toma out of Houston. He was working with the Houston the road construction. He was supervising that. He put a company together, went to Liberia, and it did win a contract. I think he said they were rolled from Lofa to the Guinea border. I think about 3 or 5 miles. He was supposed to do that. He went to rent dump trucks. All the dump trucks in the country have been leased out for months. He had to come here to Florida to buy his own dump truck to take to Liberia. If he didn't have the reserve, thinking that the equipment was available because somebody said we had leasing company, it wouldn't have happened. So what I'm saying here, because we are anxious to take these contracts, we just take them and then we get stuck. But anyhow, that's for another day. Let's go to the next topic here. Let me start with Tomalin. Tomalin, the Unity Party saying, the chairman of the Unity Party says here, the reason they are not hiring their partisans is that their partisans are not qualified. Listen, the most asinine thing that I have ever heard from either a manager, political leader, who says something like this to your peers? I mean, the government not creating jobs instead of taking responsibility. He's saying here, and we quote him verbatim. They are not hiring Unity Party. They are mad because they are not qualified.
You know, Mr. Gayman, they put that some of us we owe enough. We've been around for several election cycles.
Yeah, tell some of us we're not old enough yet, my brother.
I know, right? So, you know, a lot of people then that you can call that were around before. They were very powerful people. They were influential. They were outspoken. The question today you ask, where are these people today? They are nowhere to be found. And I feel sorry for the folks that, like, I remember during the Taylor administration, when we talked to the guys, they say, we get here for 2024. We get here for 2024. You know, everybody will give their own version of stuff. And when the time comes, then reality sets in. Look, you know, Chairman Tapper, right now, the only job he has now is to be chairman of the board of MPA. And I'm told that when you chairman of this board, I think they meet every 3 months, quarterly. I think they give you a lump sum money for being board chair. How much you got to do, though? So they say these things now to maybe to look for the attention of the government. Like you see, even your man Trump, you see your acting attorney general, what he do right now. He's doing everything in the book for trying to get in that job, because all the things that Ben Bonnie couldn't do, he's doing it now. He's trying to go beyond our man coming to try to stay for him to get him in jail. You know, so he's doing all this stuff. The same thing happening in Boga government. There are people now who trying to get attention. I see my Myean brothers there, the Fadiga brothers. They're being on a rampage. They're attacking the other people, the oncomings now. The oncomings back there few days. Donald Trump, he jumped on money back. And Luther Tabet said 200 years, they get 200 years of being in power. I mean, how can you say that kind of stuff when politically right now, the UP is, I mean, if you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that the government is in trouble for the fact that almost everywhere you go now, people are criticizing them. Even the people that supported them, criticizing them, you know, to the extent that the people that was there for them, they are not, they want, like, today somebody sent me that stuff I put up. They said, we got 1,252 days for the next election. They can't wait for the time to come. And so the partisans, those who supported them, they're the ones who are now complaining that they are being jobless. They complain that things are hard, times are hard for them. And maybe the government got some magic wine. Maybe they got a miracle that by 2026, this year, 2027, they'll strike that magic wine and things will change. But like I talk to any government officials, I tell them, I say, look, you can build all the roads, do all the stuff, but once the people's lives are not impacted, once the president, the people are not paid, the people cannot afford to send their children to school, the clinics, the hospitals, they're charging so high, they can't afford to take care of themselves. It's a problem for you. No jobs. And do you know the government they cannot show you that has created any jobs over the last 2.5 years? No job has been created. So and the arrogance and the sense of entitlement this government is showing, officials are showing, I don't know what they're thinking of. They have forgotten to know that there have been other government or in power before and the other power. Now you're in power, you think this forever? When in the next 179 months, you'll be talking about election and you don't know whether you'll be in power or not. and then after that you go back to the same old place you work. So they got to come to their senses. So the partisans are watching, and they are all watching. Let's see what happens. But I can tell you that Toronto now will come too early, and I think that what's happening is coming earlier than we expected. And just watch and see. My only thing now is that want to know the opposition, what they are doing, what they're going to craft to come up with, what the strategy to come up with. We want to see what alternative they're putting forward. But let's see what happens. But it'll be an election that people everyone will be involved. Everybody will get involved in this election that coming. You won't find people sitting down on the sideline to say, "Oh," and the people think I'm not part of it. No, everybody will get involved. And I keep telling you, the election will be full of surprises. Just watch. So that's all that thing I've been saying. In the next few months from now, the ball will bounce and the story will change. Just watch it.
Sarah, are you there? You guys keep hiding behind this mask. Victor, are you there? You okay, Sarah? Sarah?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
I just want to make sure.
At the coconut soup, this you making now already.
Yeah, I want to make sure nobody behind you got try and sort of guy just run across my TV screen.
Sarah, come here, Mr. Gayman. Sarah, for our program, you should place the jingle. So we're playing it during the show.
Yeah, but I've been talking about it. You behind time. With me and Sarah. Sarah, don't listen to Sarah, don't listen to these people.
And
we'll be doing our announcement.
Y'all have lyrics, like I can definitely do the jingle.
Yes, and we'll be doing our announcement, Sarah. Don't listen.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, listen, let's be honest here. There's no political party that can hire all its citizens. Okay? The Unity Party people cannot realistically. God, let's mute what I'm getting a feedback. Everybody mute when you're not talking. They don't expect the president to hire everybody. There's no administration that can do that. We got to be honest now. The partisan cannot allow, they cannot believe or even fathom the fact that somebody will hire everybody.
The one Jara, you all right?
I think Joe Manjala got a cross.
You tell the administrator, let them suspend this man posting ability.
The man donated $25 to my cause, so don't. I don't want to.
You know what? I can go to bed. You know what? I can go to bed.
You know, I think when I saw somebody run behind you, I thought, Joe Manjala. Sarah, talk to us now. You don't expect everybody there. No administrator can hire everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it? Isn't he got a point that? I mean, I wouldn't have said you're not qualified. I would just say the government can hire.
Who said that? Was that a United Party man?
Yeah,
but these are the same people that were telling that were expecting the we are government to hire everybody. What? He has no moral ground to say anything. He has no right to say anything. These were the same people that were telling the people that when they come to power, my Jabata who today he get job. He was in Kinjal telling the people that the international community won't work with we are that only Burger because Burger know both Burger experience, he old man, he know both, so that international community want to work with him. So they will vote for Burger. When they vote for Burger, Burger will bring job, he will bring all the NGO. Where are the jobs? So they have no moral ground to talk here. They got no right to talk. Because they were saying the same thing to other people about the we are government. So the people have the same right to ask them the question or to question them about jobs. And their foot soldiers don't have jobs. Don't forget about the other people who they keep the power, they took them from position. But their own foot soldiers, they want working the people water, they ain't get job. Okay? They don't.
Okay.
So he ain't got no moral ground to talk here because they were expecting the same thing from the other people. You can't be criticizing people for something. You take them from power, they come back to come and defend the same thing. No, that Coco story not working with the Liberian people. Sorry.
Hey.
Sorry.
Hey. They don't shake the 100. Your name and where you calling from?
Let Jobata say what he want to say in the comment section. I don't care.
Go ahead.
Tabata.
My man, you're too low. You gotta speak up.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. This is Seleke.
That's Seleke.
I'm joining you.
Sonny Law.
Yeah, please get a man chance. Sir, gee, they are CDC business.
No, I said he's Sonny Law.
You saying that you're hungry?
Seleke, you not eat? You fasting? Speak up a little bit.
I'm my man. Are you saying that you're hungry? Tired?
Oh my!
There's Zen outside. Okay, you not started as them?
Seleke, don't mind he got it. Just go and make your comment.
Has been to complain from the United Party chairman, Luther Tapper, that the United Party will be Nigeria for 200 years. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not even sure, that you ready to do that if I was speaking, I can't speak there. I don't know who told me that you
will be in mute.
Somebody's on media.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't even know if Luca Tapper is the one that you would live for the next 200 years. He's there pretending that United Party will be in power for 200 years. This is the same man that was on the inaugural committee that the president almost fainted during the inauguration. Up to today, he and the other family, they can't even give an account of how they play that whole inauguration program. He was the first partisan, all party chairman that protested even Joseph Baga House for job. In the moment they made both director or both member at the all of the partisans now their life is better off. And he's up on the radio making reckless statements, and also too, what I wanted to share, Mr. Gayman, is the fact that the former president and Joseph Boakai and members of the government, they are going back at each other, talking about what the former president has done for permanent people in the country, George Weah, and that what he did for Joseph Boakai. And what Boakai too did, I learned that the parties of New Car for George Weah, they feel this, so they're telling all our ministers to be posting about that, which is not even relevant at this point in time. And what this speaks is that these two parties, they are not good for Liberia. Because, Mr. Gayman, think about it, what Joseph Boakai did for George Weah and George Weah immunity. What George Weah did for Boakai and Joseph Boakai immunity. So the two of them, they are not using their personal money to do this system. They're using the government of Liberia money. So to come up and be talking about this thing, if George Weah want to come out of power, they should be making a case for you to do differently. Same as Joseph Boakai, the people elected you to improve their lives, to create jobs, improve the economy, grow the economy, and put the many unemployed Liberians that are out of job and put them to something. Open up the private sector. This is an issue that I'm going to face with. Or you buy a former president car and you tell all your ministers, they all on Facebook talking about that. As if the Joseph Boakai was living on the road and he had to buy somebody car today. But again, the Liberian people, if you're listening to us tonight, we have a telling. We have good Liberians who are willing to work with all Liberians, all of us allowed to change.
Wow.
All of us can put our hands in the pool of to grow this economy and provide jobs. Just as Mr. Gayman was saying, the government will employ everybody. You see, so you need a president who open up the private sector, and attract the minds of many Liberians to the private sector, where we can strive towards that. Not everybody rushes to want to go in government, all of that. And United Party and CDC gave you that. So I just wanted to make that point. I know Sarah is so passionate. What they're doing comparison between they and United Party, and it's just like we're doing the same thing and expecting different results. So let's gravitate towards the telling, which Mr. Cummins is the head of, and come on board. The ANC is the party where everybody is somebody. Let's
we hear you, Seleke.
Fundamental change comes 2029. Thank you, Mr. Gayman, for
thank you.
Thank you, Seleke. Thank you. Go and go explain your
Tomalin George, the men are hijack your third lane. Is it a third lane belong to Cummings?
What time are we leaving tonight?
Our tell you will come out.
We got 10 more minutes.
Next.
Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Abraham Connor calling from New Jersey.
Okay.
You know,
Pewee, please mute.
Thanks for the show, man. You know, Seleke stated something, and this is the narrative that United Party want people to run with. Guys, the car that George we are currently using, that car since inauguration day, he turned over the presidency. That's the car that took him home. So are you telling me that Joseph Boakai bought that car the day of inauguration? But this is a narrative, the diversionary tactics.
Come on, people now.
To dilute the waters. That's the reason why they threw that thing up. And up to today's date, even Daniel Sanders was asked about it. He said he's still with no authority to speak about such. Because it's the same car since 2024, January, George we are 10 power over. That he drove home in that car. So for them to be here selling those kind of narrative to the populace is what they want, to dilute the waters. To put Mr. Weir and his CDC on the defense to be explaining. And in politics, when you're explaining, it's not a good thing. But that's the narrative they want. Telling us that Joseph Boakai could afford when he finally went to NASCO and took money from there, $500,000 per car. I said to tell her that it was in 2023 that they bought that. I mean 2024 or 2023 ending they bought that car. So I just want to do that. Secondly, let them know that I'm hearing in the vineyard that the winning chairman will be coming back. So United Party got something to think about. I don't know how confirmed is that.
And follow McGill.
Yeah, follow. So I just want to throw that out there. Well, thanks for the time.
Wow. Excellent, guys. Tomalin George, you say who's coming back?
The winning chairman of CDC, Nathaniel Follow McGill.
He's coming back to where? To the ANC?
I'm hearing that he'll be running for the CDC chairmanship. He's trying to be the next CDC chairman.
Oh, okay. Well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is I think it's breaking news. It's breaking news.
That's breaking news.
It's breaking news. Fanta, let me start with you on this one. No, we got one more topic, then we'll close real quick. The LEC boss say he never promised you guys electricity in Liberia. Is that gaffe or what's wrong with these people? Everybody just Fanta. He says they never promised. Even though when he took office, he said, "I promise you there will be no more lighthouse in this country." Now he said he didn't promise. The administration didn't promise light. Fanta, I've never seen top government official from the president down making. I mean, we're talking about gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. This one, how can you say something like this? I mean, LEC is the lifeline of the people, and this man is saying he never promised them anything. So he just got a job to get paid.
Yeah, but I told you guys about this guy. I recounted a few weeks ago that I am familiar with his work. I even mentioned that he ran the Mount Coffee project on a regional level. He was very intimate with that project and how it turned out to be a complete failure. This is someone whose work, as I mentioned, I'm absolutely familiar with, and he knows that. Himself knows that. So I'm not surprised that now is finally the Liberian people are finally seeing the disaster that he is. Now they're trying to save face to say, "Oh, look, we didn't promise you this." Look, this and something just to chew on. This 30,000 number, when they established the Mount Coffee project or program back then, more than 10 years ago, that was the goal. That was the KPI, that they were going to add on 30,000 new customers or 30,000 new homes are going to be connected. That was more than 10 years ago. So to see that same KPI being repeated, and then as if to say it was something you could take seriously, I mean, maybe a lot of people didn't know, but I already knew that. And they will do anything to like save face. It's all about showboating. It's very performative. And at the end of the day, how I'm not surprised just because I know these people behind the scene. And yeah, I have nothing more to add to that, but I'm gonna jump.
Yeah, please do your closing.
Yeah. So I think is quite interesting. That. Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that it's easy for us to condemn Liberians. Is very also easy for us to promote criminals, to promote people who are very corrupt. We run to their defense and we want them, put them and keep them on that pedestal. But when it comes to the hardworking Liberians who makes tons of sacrifices every single day, we really honor them. Rarely do we honor them, because you know what? We consider them to be nobodies. So we will go to the battle line, or we'll go to bat for people who we know are very corrupt, because they have either bribed us, or they have probably tapped us on the shoulder, or like we're probably seeking favors from them. So we become complete sycophants. But when it comes to honoring the hardworking, marginalized, impoverished Liberians, we cannot find the same energy. And I'm just not going to sit for it. I don't care who is from, who is not from. Any inference, again, hear me clearly, any inference towards the hard-working men and women of Liberia, who I'm very familiar with that work, I'm going to push back and push back very hard. Again, you guys may not agree with it, you may disagree with it, that's perfectly fine. At the end of the day, unless you have been in the system, you cannot tell me about the system. And when I say the system, in terms of bidding for contracts, in terms of trying to be a Liberian business and operating in Liberia, the amount of rejection that you face for just being a Liberian, even as a professional, you hear 1,000 no's, right? If you don't go to the crooked route, almost, you can never get acknowledged. And those who choose to remain integrous, those who choose the path of integrity, often get punished, often get silenced. Why? Because it's convenient, because they don't have a platform. So I'm going to continue to use my platform to elevate those voices, to amplify their strife, irrespective of what anyone else thinks. Because at the end of the day, then 99% is what's required to rebuild this nation. It's not the 1% bureaucrats who pick up the phone to call their friends and are so willing to sell Liberia out. They rather give contracts to foreigners than Liberians. They want to, oh, God forbid a Liberian is involved. Oh, no, stupid. That's not their credential. No, what is he doing? When there are so many Liberians, day in and out, who do have the credentials, both theoretical and practical, and all they're looking for is just a chance, and get denied that chance every single time. So I won't sit here and allow anyone to denigrate their efforts, no matter how you feel about it. That is completely up to you. Take whatever action you need to take. I absolutely respect it. At the end of the day, if we are to be citizens, citizens do not stand by and elevate criminal leaders while we denigrate the poor people. It's not going to happen. So on that note, have a good evening.
Don't go yet, though. Don't go yet. We got some unfinished business.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fanta. But stay a little bit, because we got to talk about our jingles before you leave. 5 minutes. Let's do 1 minute each around so we can go. My LeBron James is playing tonight. I got to go watch him. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I have to say.
Sarah, I'm sorry. I saw Mr. Gayman. So that where you playing a female car versus the male car or what?
Yes.
Okay,
now go sue me. Go sue me. I scare
Go ahead.
No, Sarah, go ahead, ma. Just joking.
Sarah, the next time he comes,
Sarah must have spoken 3 times since we brought the whole UP versus CDC thing. Nobody else is talking. I've been here for over 5 hours. I haven't said anything.
you from the ANC. You will not talk today. Go ahead.
Sarah, go ahead, mama.
So the only thing I have to say here to the United Party rating.
I said close. I didn't say talk. You
I'm closing.
No more closing.
I'm closing.
Go ahead.
My closing includes the United Party who are parading social media and talking tabata about the former president and this and that. They need to focus on governing the country. They need to focus on that because time is not on their side. They think 3 years, 5 or 4 years, whatever it is not on their side. They need to focus on governing. At the end of the day, the Liberian people see a fact, which I think they don't. They will not get back there. And to Thomas Jala and other people, in 2 years, 14 days, Joseph Walker, these are his achievements. He built $10 million for your mansion, $7 million real expansion, $1.2 million Boys Town Villa. All his children in government, Katumu got $1.4 million. Walker wearing a $500,000 watch. And JFK doesn't have light. The country got jack-o'-lantern. People are sleeping in darkness. China, $5 billion fiasco. SPF, $5 billion fiasco. These are the things they need to address. Okay? And start focusing on where. Focus on the real issue that is affecting the Liberian people. Thank you.
That's the real closing argument there. Let me go.
Right there, closer for you.
Let me go to Victor. From River G, how far from River G to Maryland? That's why I'm going there from River G, right there. I pay T that too. You see how you're 18 that too, right there.
We're walking distance apart, but thank you. I know you said 1 minute, so I lost on a number of issues. I just touched on it real quickly. To my friend Fix Electronic, you want to know whether the Phillies are playing? Yes, the Phillies are on top at the bottom of the 8th. The Athletics are visiting also right now is 7-0. Phillies, just to answer your question. So look, I think that Chairman Tape, I don't know what his reliance on talking about Unity Party will be in power 100. I think he meant
is it 200?
Oh, is it 200? Yes.
Yeah, okay, he want to be the True We Party.
Exactly. So I like to see the chairman get past the first 6 years. That's what I have to say about that. And we'll see. A lot has been said about why a lot of us believe that Unity Party has already lost this election. Why you think all the scramble to cheat? They want to control the Elections Commission, control the legislature, control the judiciary, control everything. Yeah. Because they know they will not win at the polls. It is clear. So they can say that right, and we are going to be on them like white on rice. They're not going to do nothing. We're going to be on them. We're going to protect the vote. We're going to make sure the system works. That's why right now, that's why we're studying, we're investing in that. That thing what the CPP did, they were buying liquor for the poll watcher and getting them drunk. They were hungry. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Let me so you might go and tell them we got here. Our eyes are on you. Now as though Chairman Magio coming back, there's something to be said about power. When he was chairman of the CDC 2017, he was hungry, so he was diligent, working hard. This man has been de facto prime minister of Liberia. You think he has that energy he had before? I don't think so. I think it would be a mistake to bring Chairman McGill back as the chairman of CDC. I don't think he has the time. I don't think he has that fire in the belly anymore. Again, I'm not advising my CDC brothers and sisters, but I can just say,
more fire in your belly.
I think it would be a mistake to bring him back as chairman of the CDC. But it's been a great show tonight. Thank you all very much.
Thank you guys. Great show.
Okay, let me go to Pewee.
Thank you.
Pewee, tonight, man. You know how sometimes the gamer can just know you. You can't talk for 1 whole hour.
Yeah.
Tonight, man.
I thought around close now come.
No. Pewee, go ahead. Join it. Go ahead.
Robert goes. You're right. Robert, right. You let no. I think you be part of Robert. You be part of our guidelines here. If the panelist is not on the show, we're not going to get no preference when they call. I think this is we're sitting there for hours and hours. Soon they call the room, put us on hold, and they will come through. I think it's wrong.
I think, look, I think Mr.
Raul, go ahead. I will come after
that.
you. I
I agree with that. Right.
Go ahead. Raul, go ahead. I will come after you.
Mr. Nagbe is right. We should have a special time where everybody call in and take that call. But conversation going on, soon the call me, the number say, oh, Mr. Jerome.
Okay, so that's a good idea. That's a good idea. We're going to say between 7:30 and 8 o'clock.
I want to hear a video inform my point. Go ahead.
Yeah, so tonight I'm on net. Sometimes he can do people yesterday. He was there ignore people all day. You see, people that was going on my own buzzer people.
I'm an equal right offender. I offend everybody.
If we use Jalitulus.
Yes.
Jalitulus is so big now.
You got 2 more months.
But listen, I will start with this whole the contractor thing. I think I do understand Pee-wee's point and the point of Mr. Gayman. I maintain that I think we still need to give more opportunities to Liberian-owned companies, and this is just beyond contractors. I mean, just across the board, small businesses are not getting the same opportunities to expand, to thrive in our country. Our economy, the private sector is owned by foreigners. I think this is something that we must change. Because the more opportunities that we give Liberian-owned businesses, I think the better our economy is. But if you are a contractor and you are being given a task, and to Pee-wee's point, and you know that professionally, the resources would not allow you to do adequate enough, work, and your reputation will be on the line, then don't accept it. But in negotiations, sometimes if I was looking for a painter, for instance, right, and I want to paint a certain square foot of my house, or whatever the case is, and I give the information to that painter. If the painter is telling me that it's $3,000 to do the work, and I'm negotiating with him or her, and I'm like, listen, I got $1,500. If they accept the $1,500, then the painter cannot tell me that, well, I told you it was $3,000 to do the work, but because you gave me $1,500, so I'll do a half work. That's not going to fly, right? So to that point, I think if you know that the resources will not allow you to do a professional work, a satisfactory work, then don't put your company on the line. I want to find out what was the qualification of the Secretary General of Maserati of the UP prior to the UP ascendance to the presidency. What kind of job was he doing? I would love to know that.
Right.
Maybe you know
who the Secretary General?
The one who said that many of the UP partisans are not qualified. What was
that's the chairman? The chairman. He was just a pastor and running some seeking beyond charity things.
Exactly.
I mean, asking people to give charity.
Absolutely. And he was very broke. He was relatively very broke.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I don't understand what his qualifications are. To now question the qualification of UP partisans.
Oh, is that the guy that ate the money the very first time they gave him the clear?
He's the chairman. He was appointed by Raji. And this is the reason why when they said Raji team was coming, I want Raji to come on. He's the guy appointed on this whole Lone Star thing. And I believe that he would not be given...
Yes.
Yeah. But Luther Tapa stole the people money right after election, the money they gave him to go tell the people thank you.
But that's part of it. That's what I'm saying. He was very broke. But this is part of the problem. So now you're questioning the qualification of other people. But beyond that, even if they were not qualified, what are you doing about it? Government is not in the business of hiring people. Government is in the business of creating an environment where people can go out there and find jobs. And so there are many ways these people can work. What are you doing about it? So as chairman of the party that is in charge of the economy right now, I think you should be having more conversation about what your government is doing to put in place economic policy to empower Liberians in the private sector, not necessarily in government. Last but not the least, I don't think it's breaking news that Miguel is coming back. Miguel is an integral part of CDC. I do believe, though, that CDC needs a very energetic chairman. I think the current chairman of the CDC is not doing them any good. And I'm sorry to say. Yeah, Sylvester. This guy is weak. I mean, if you compare this guy with previous CDC chairman, he doesn't even come close. He's very weak. And this is the misplace of people. I heard he's an attorney. He doesn't sound like an attorney. I haven't heard him make any statement that he's very weak in my opinion. So the question is, do they need Miguel back? I don't think so. Do they need a young, smart, energetic chairman? I think they can find that within the party. But I would agree that if the chairman will play any role in the next election, I think they need one that is politically savvy, the former chairman. What's his name? They need people who can talk and people listen to them. Nobody listening. Nobody listening to that man. No one can listen to the chair. No one. I don't think no one respects him. He doesn't have any authority. You need people with authority, you know. And so I don't think Miguel can. I don't know what he brings back. He's already a elderly figure within the party, but it needs someone other than this current chairman. But it's been a great show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I will start with the Miguel issue, and then I'll move further. I don't want to sleep on that. Listen, it's going to be a super blessing, Raul, for Miguel to come back to the party as chairman. It'll be a very great thing. And here's what I'm saying. Miguel level of cutting across the political divide is very strong. He understands that very well. And I thought the CDC didn't do good to Miguel. It's part of the reason why they didn't win the elections. And people don't know the inside of it. The time Miguel got sanctioned, had the CDC brought him close and empower him. Raul, do you know part of the reason why Prince Johnson left? Prince Johnson said because Miguel was powerless. Miguel was the only person that was reaching out to him. But Miguel didn't have the resources to contain him. Miguel have control and maintain Prince Johnson all of the time. To give the results politically, Miguel was the only person that knew how to navigate the level. He would engage the folks from the Unity Party, the Liberty Party across all of the lines. Miguel was a very good mobilizer, and beyond that, his level of amalgamating forces from all walks of political corners, he got that enormous power to do those things. And it's just unfortunate. Imagine, he was sanctioned. He contested in Nagbe. The vote he got was more than the vote the party got. Imagine that. Imagine his mobilization skill in Bon County. The last time he hit Bon County, you saw the truth of human being that came out. So listen, if this is true, and as a political person myself, I would say to the CDC, go for him, push him. Miguel skill, Miguel learned the politics. Miguel learned what I would refer to as this kind of an NPP kind of a politics, the charge to the NPP politics. These guys, they understand how to navigate the political terrain of Liberia. So they would know how to engage folks. They will go behind the scene and get the job done. Listen, if Miguel was not sanctioned by the U.S. government, if Miguel was still around, Prince Johnson would have never left. The reason why Prince Johnson left to go on the other side, because he got increasingly frustrated. And the only person that was taking his call was Miguel, but Miguel could not do nothing because Prince Johnson was looking for l'argent, right? And the only man that could do that for him at the time was just quite unfortunate. So if you are to bring Miguel back to the CDC, it's gonna help them tremendously. It's gonna do a big boost to them politically in terms of mobilization and putting the base out, rejuvenating the base and all those lines. So it's important. I mean, this is a yes-a thing. To bring him back is going to be important. There's other folks who are even talking about recruiting. That's part of whatsoever. Bringing him as a vice presidential candidate already. There's a serious discussion with Miguel. Miguel streamed him last in Nagbe and Bon. Don't play with it. The people of Bon, it was in Bon there when he said, at least all the can say we take the money that you can spend it, right? So he got huge support in Bon. That's a seriously populated county. Nagbe is what. He's like in Monserrato and across other areas. So listen, Lieutenant Falo Mage is a kind of a utility politician that is needed at the kind of critical time. And a political party that will get someone like Mage, you're talking something very important.
He's certainly better than the current.
He will always be. Raul has ability. Don't see his own assuming. His ability to connect. That's the point. And when he was, and that's why they call him de facto prime minister. Because what he did, he served as the interlocutor of the government at the time. He absorbed, and the shock was over. He absorbed. He pulled off some shocks. He will absorb them quietly, and that's how we want to see real politicians. And if there's another politician, he's quiet. He's not kind of a noisy kind of a person. He can't help you, he won't harm you. That's the kind of a politician a lot of Liberian politicians want to interact with. The guy would not harm me, and he doesn't scheme. It's important also to have a chairman that doesn't scheme, a chairman voice that if I call Rawa, if I call Mr. Pewee, let me whatever, man, you got one Hennessy on me. I'll call him, I said, come in, my brother, call me for Hennessy. Because I know Rawa going to get my Hennessy. That's the kind of a politician Maggie is. So if you're to bring him back, trust me, you're going to remobilize the base and it's going to do a lot of job for them quickly. You know, we all be in Liberia, and I will say this, not for any personal reason. If we want to, and that's it's difficult. And that's why I will always say it's just hard for us, and that's why Liberia is not going nowhere. Sometimes we are energized to attack other people, but then when it comes to our own, we want to protect them, and then we want to be high on other people. It doesn't work that way in terms of the politics. It doesn't. If I want to be high on John Paul, I should be high on Mary Peters. And that's the kind of a way the job should be done. And Liberia today, Liberia tomorrow will move on if we were to all learn. Because if we sit to try to juxtapose what has happened here and what happened on the other side, how do we do the measurement yet? So, Mr. Gayman, I just want to say thank you for the show tonight. But again, we're going to see a lot of things going to happen, and we're going to close it from this iron and move on tomorrow and say the next thing. Lastly, few seconds, the chairman statement about what he said, that nonsense. This is the same chairman that told his son to put his husband fire just because he wanted attention. He created a scene that they were burning his husband, political thing. He was seeking attention here. This is the same chairman, allegedly did, right? For him to come out, the United Party had for Eastern CDC, when they started this thing, the chairman Molu at the time, when we won the election, they were clear, they knew, but to come and say because our people are not educated, we get a job, that's nonsense. What the CDC did at the time quickly here was, the CDC, even they were brave, they did no letter to all the institutions. They sent names, if you can remember, right? The other name was sent 20, 50, 100, employ. And now the strike them Molu deploy. It was great. They didn't absorb everybody, but significant number of citizens got employed in all of those institutions. I thought that the way to go about it, you will not employ everybody, but to come in and say they're not, got a lot of competent United Party, parties don't know whether they are jobless, hungry, angry. And then you try to say this to them, then you think you'll be in power for even the next, for 7 years, for 200 years. He's mistaken. But thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Good night.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the great Henry Peabody the Third, the Bassa King for
Henry
life.
Zogar, my name is Henry Zogar Grant Peabody.
That's right.
But look, guys, it's been a wonderful show tonight. Let me just draw our attention. You know, everybody on the platform is making a tremendous sacrifice to be here every night. You know, it takes a lot to sit here from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. You know, sometimes you can get up and walk. You have to stand up for a minute before you start walking. So I want to thank everybody, but I just want to draw our attention to at least let's have some courtesy for each other, even if the tension is high. Let us stop using words that will really be offensive and, you know, to our colleague. We all should show some level of respect. I was disappointed when I was listening to the show earlier on the statement that Fanta made, and I hope Fanta will come back and Fanta will apologize. Nobody against. I know we can be heated, but sometimes the statement that we make, it can go far away to harm us. And also, I mean, if I will see Mr. Gayman tomorrow or Mr. Nagbe, and then I saw him on the show, I will feel a little different if I see him outside. I'll feel bad, and I will leave and have some kind of remorse and be very guilty for the statement I made. So some of the things that when you go back and listen to some of the things you did, sometimes you wonder why you said that. I've been in leadership role, and sometimes some of the decision I took, I didn't think, and I would make statement. I would try to challenge people, go after people. But then sometimes when I go home and lay down and begin to think, I'm like, how in the world I ever did something? How in the world I said something like that? So, I mean, we just got to be careful because nobody's getting paid. This is a big sacrifice everybody's making here. Very big sacrifice. To sit here for hours, I don't know about you, but I mean, I know those days, sometimes when I get up, I could feel the pain right to my lower back when I stand up and stuff like that. And I thought that's a big sacrifice. But let's learn to respect each other. I hope we can do that. I don't know, even if somebody provoke us, let us not call somebody they don't have sense. I wish Fanta was here, but I would challenge her to apologize for the statement she made. I'll challenge her, honestly. Let's show some respect for each other because we live in a world, nobody, when you say something to a woman, they will say, yeah, you insult the woman, you shouldn't be insulting men, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that, but I think Fanta need to apologize, gentlemen. She needs to, and she'll have to do it. I mean it. She really have to do it because we are here to respect each other. Everybody have made sacrifice here. You guys are doing
I agree. I think she needs to apologize.
You guys are doing
Why you interrupting the man talking? You just come back
yeah,
bossing.
we are all you people are doing a wonderful.
Sorry for the interruption.
We couldn't be more grateful for the help that you guys are doing, because I remember some days that I couldn't even put a food in my mouth because the camera will be showing, and then if I call it on, then nobody will be there to talk. So it was like that. But look, they kind of help you guys. And closing, as we grow, we can have our kids, our partners watching the show, and then we just cussing and mad and yelling and doing this. I mean, we are all on the show, but some people here are our elders. We gotta respect them. I can't insult Mr. Gayman. I can't. Even if I disagree with Mr. Nagbe, I can't be disrespectful to Mr. Nagbe. Our parents taught us to respect those who are older than us. That's how we grew up, Doesn't matter whether the job or the education, that level of respect, we should still demonstrate that, to folks who are older than us. They don't have to be 20 years older, but even 1 or 2 years, our tradition calls for that respect, and I think we should continue. We should do that. But sometimes I was Fanta is not here. I'm not talking behind her, but sometimes she get too overwhelmed, and the way she talk and the things she say, those words really doesn't match the people that are on the show. And I think she won't apologize to Sylvester. I think she does, and she needs to do that. So, but thank you so much for the sacrifice they made. I'm not in no politics. My dad wanted me a long time to stay out of basketball politics. So whoever say I run again, you lie.
After Kennedy say he would be your campaign manager.
That's a breaking news.
My dad wanted me a long time to stay out of basketball politics.
Look, I will say this quickly. I know Tomalin got to close us. I agree with Peabody, Dr. Peabody. I said it in the back, and I'm saying it here only because this occurred on air. There are also people watching. I think, Sylvester butts heads with me at times with Fanta. But I think we have to really watch our expressions, our language, because we're all adults here. We're professional people. We come from diverse backgrounds. And I've asked Fanta to apologize. I hope she would take it into consideration. I think she was harsh. I think the descriptor Pewee used, he used it towards the project, which you use yourself, Jerome, that the road in Jalatan is a mess. And you guys are quoting, I think, the former president or something like that.
I was there.
So I had hoped that she was going to close with that. But I'm not going to rush her, but I hope she will find the time. I think in the interest, 1, of the platform, 2, of our audience, 3, of our cordiality, our collegiate spirit that we're building here. We're all comrades. I think we should deal with each other with respect. This kind of language is uncalled for, and I think we need to eradicate it. It has to stop. It cannot continue. It is not every time we come here we have to pick a fight with one another. I don't think the people here are interested in that. So I hope she will find the time, and I know Sylvester himself will find time, to tune down some of his language. He's a diplomat, and I think he should learn to speak diplomatically. There are times I think he forgets himself too.
You're right.
He needs to pay attention to that. But thank you very much.
The other Sarah woman, she in the choir here, when the pastor preaches, she gets I'm gonna take off home, man. I don't want to listen to no one.
Yes, I agree with all these last speakers. You guys are on point. I think our choice of words should be guided very, very carefully.
But Tomalin, excuse me. They tell me woman told me that she was on vacation. She was not going to come on.
I didn't want to say anything, but she's working more than us on the platform. Jesus Christ!
But you see, like on Saturday when I saw Mr. Nagbe, I was so excited to see him. I jumped on him. That's how the Peabody said. When you see each other in the public, you're excited. When I saw him, I was so excited. In fact, we're somewhere. Peabody was somewhere.
The progressive ball guys had the charisma.
Yeah, I was somewhere just chilling, and I said, "Peabody, I'll go just."
Don't interrupt Tomalin right now. I don't want to talk to you. He didn't come to my program. Tomalin right now, I give all the floor. Go ahead, and Peabody.
I have call. Sorry, I have zero call. Yeah.
So, like I said, when they're chilling there, I said, he said, "Let's go to the program." I said, "Look, I gotta change my clothes. I don't change my clothes." He said, "No, go change your clothes." So I went in. I changed my clothes just to go there, And to be honest with you, I would have. Because your program was so long, I wish we were starting to play chili, but because of you guys, that's what we went there for. We left our late comfort zone, went there, but it was a good. You all had a great turnout.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You guys.
But again, let me announce again. As you know, people being accusing us of being one side on the LFA Sunday. No, tomorrow the Raji people will be here tomorrow for the first segment of our show.
But what Raji segment?
I don't know. They left for them now. Jay Melton, President and CEO, Small Town Football, and Chairman of the Coalition for Willing in support of Rajiv election will be here tomorrow. So our platform is open to them. They will come and make their case. But somebody tell me something. They did something recently in Liberia, true Liberia. Don't ask me too much question. I have every person said. They talk about election. They have done a complete survey of the country in recent last couple of months. And from this year up to this point. They say elections held today. Monsuaro will be a toss-up, but opposition has an edge. Magibi, opposition will carry it. Bong will be a toss-up. The ruling party has an edge. Cape Mount, the ruling party. Bombing, the ruling party. Rivers has the opposition. Lofa, the ruling party. Nimba, the ruling party. Bapolu will be a toss-up. The opposition has an edge. Sano, the opposition. Grand Prix opposition. Grand Jida opposition. Basso, the toss-up, but the ruling party has an edge. River G opposition, Maryland toss-up opposition. So that's what the people are checking on. So that means opposition, they may win in 6 counties, the ruling party 5, and the opposition have an edge in 3 of the toss-up, and the ruling party got 2. So let's see what happens. So everybody working hard. Let's see what will happen in the next 179 weeks for the 2 months. But we are on it. We are fighting to make sure that Liberia will change, and will change by power of force. Will make a change. Thank you, guys.
I'll go back and replay that, but I think it sounds pretty respectable. Yes, that's something. I'll go back and play it again and take note of those. I think there's some credibility. I don't know, but I got to feel.
Yeah, exactly. Like for instance, the Monserrato definitely is a melting pot. Opposition will most of the time, because of the ruling party performance, opposition will have an edge. And then Magibi opposition, the Lofa and Lima. Definitely, and it depends on the opposition. See, the party, the ruling party got the from Nima, the VP, so they'll have an edge in Nima and Lofa. But in the southeast, opposition have an edge, and then because of in Bapolu, because of Kamara, depending on the Kamara is not happy with them now, and he goes to the opposition side. You know very well that they will win up Bapolu, and so forth. Let's see what happens though.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, we call today is Save the Date. September 11, 12, and 13. Friday is meet and greet. Saturday the black tie event. Sunday is the cookout.
Hey, Jerome,
save the time. Yeah, save the time. Starting tomorrow, we'll come with a flyer. Starting the end of the week, we'll start doing our jingles. Look, we want you to look good. When you look good, you feel good about yourself. Come out and meet the stars, all the stars. The superstars will be there. The queen herself, Sarah will be there. Fanta will be there. We're all going to be there. Remember, it's a 200-seat capacity. So if you don't buy your ticket in advance, you will be peeping through the window. I can tell you that. Whether you know Tomalin or you know Sarah Dopoh, you're not coming in. You know, you're grown up on it. You either go to Rella and you sneak in. It ain't gonna happen. You won't sneak in here. There's not Rella.
Some people be asking when you go all the accent, they say, "Want to see your TC Hollywood star Robert Garguah? Want to see your diplomat Pewee?" So you want to see Pewee in person, Robert? You come to the occasion. You'll see.
Y'all gotta come on. Tickets will be ready. Hopefully within another week or so. Tickets will be going out, invitations will be going out. So Friday will be our meeting. We are looking for you guys to give us a list of all your guests, everybody, your invite. Make your list of people that you want to invite, and we will send an invitation to all of them. We are printing only 250 tickets. So, Honorable Pewee, we're going to give you 10 tickets. The chairman himself, Tomalin, 25. The chief himself, 25. I finished scoping it out. So, some of you guys will need even more tickets, but that's fine. We'll send the invitations out. First come, first serve. We no behind the no under the table business. You buy your ticket, you in. We will also be selling ads. We'll be asking you to purchase ads, and I just show you what it's going to look like. This is what it looks like. We'll be looking for corporate sponsors. So if anybody wants to buy the front page of the program, that's fine. If you want to buy the inside cover of the program, that's fine. We're going to have a package for you. And then we're going to have, you see this person bought a 4-page ad in commemoration of their grandmother. $100 for a 4-page ad. That's reasonable. So we'll be asking you guys to, we want this is about 25 page. We want to have at least 50 page. It will do 50 page. We'll be raising $5,000 right off the bat, just on the program.
Please make it clear. Today, Abu recommitted. You see, he's a panelist here. We expect his pay, which is ticket money. We expect Seleke ticket money. We expect all of them who are distant. They should send their money.
Yeah, and
I do have to pay for some people.
We'll be asking to put authority to buy the front.
Exactly.
We'll be asking to put authority to buy the front cover. That's the corporate sponsor page.
That's gonna put authority.
We want to put authority to buy the front cover. That's it right here. And then the back here we can have the Ministry of Public Works. They can buy the back cover here. You see?
Cool. I'm a child.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, we're not playing politics. So we're asking anybody. We're not saying because you CDC. We don't. We're going to everybody. We're going to go to the ANC people. I'm going to ask companies to buy ad. ANC, CDC. We'll see who be who. And anybody who do advertising our program with it, we send invitation to CNC. They didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. We send invitation to ANC. They didn't buy it. We send it to CDC. They didn't buy it. We're ashamed there in the public.
Whatever.
Yeah. So.
Mr. Gayman, like you wanted me to come back on, or?
Yes. Go ahead.
No. Like, did you guys want me to come back on?
No, if you want to come back,
way to come back on and apologize for what happened. That's
what am I apologizing for? You're telling me what am I apologizing for?
Want to apologize?
Apologize to people for telling him that he got no sense.
Yeah, you
sense.
So, okay, so that's very interesting. Can I did you
apologize?
Did y'all actually have an opportunity to listen to what Pewee said? Did anyone have the opportunity to do that?
We listen to the show.
Okay, so Mr. Gayman was the first person to bring up this topic, right? And he did refer like to the mess. I said absolutely nothing. Pewee spoke. When I came to speak, I said, look, my father, because I'm trying to pull from credibility what actually happened with this project. My father consulted on the project and advised against not to do this project. Advised the minister not to do this project, advised the team not to do this project from his umpteen years in the industry. Against his advice and against the advice of many of the senior engineers, they proceeded to do this project knowing that it had a whole bunch of issues with it. It was, let's just put it this way, set up for failure. According to the minister, there was pressure to get it done, blah, 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 blah. So when I came to speak, I made that reference. And I said, look, this is what's actually happened. Pewee came in to interject me and he said, oh, y'all like to act like y'all are angels when in your own backyard, you can be criticizing other people in your own backyard, you have mess. Did anyone hear that comment? Did anyone hear Pewee reference backyard and angels and mess comment? Mr. Gayman also said mess.
Gentlemen, you're not ready to something to go on. Y'all listen to this show like somebody can listen. If I would come and be taking that kind of line, nobody listen.
Sylvester, hold on.
Hold on. Did I ever say that?
Okay.
I didn't hear that though. I mean,
so I will offer this. Can I offer this, please? Can I finish saying like what I have to say without being interrupted?
No, Sylvester, but I know I didn't hear you say that. But
oh, no problem. This is what happens, right?
I mean, the program was a
all right. So can I finish saying what I?
Okay, let her finish, Sylvester.
Can I finish saying that this is what often happens?
This is the end. I can be. I don't want to go there. I'm good. I will stop when I will explain
Peabody, Mr. Nagbe, Sarah, if you guys are looking for an apology, I'm not above anything.
She's not gonna do it. She's not gonna. You got somebody. Listen, we don't want to
kill our time. So you guys don't see this.
I don't want nobody to get justification. Why I didn't say it? You know what?
This is what I have to go through every single time. They don't see this.
I let it.
You don't see this. Can I finish my sentence without being interrupted, please?
And I can always lie to slap for the sake of this show.
Sylvester Pewee. Sylvester.
Finish my statement without being interrupted.
Sylvester, if I encourage you to wait when Fanda is done, we'll sit around if you have another.
No, I don't want to get this on the place. No, but someone that lacks necessary moral of issue.
But you are here, right?
Okay. Insulting me and nobody.
If you bring those things on there, you take me off. If I get off, she will not get on the show.
No problem. I don't have to be here.
I don't want to.
You think I'm desperate to be here? I don't have to be here, dude. I don't have to be here. Check yourself. I don't have to be here. You're sitting here. You're not saying nothing, right? You're not saying nothing. You think you can try me like to be on platforms, dude? I was on world stage before you even graced any world stage. I was on world stage.
Okay, guys, we're not here for that. We'll end the show for now.
What was that?
Yeah, because of respect for you guys. That's why I'm here. So if I can finish saying what I have to say, no problem. If I'm not gonna finish, no problem.
Fanda, go ahead. So we'll wait for you. You will have your 1 or 2 minutes to come back. But I think we should give each other a chance to understand what we're saying.
I want to say, Mr. Nagbe, here's the point. Why did he say we don't want to show? Why did he say? It will follow just exacerbate the situation. If somebody says something, if somebody says something, you want to kind of do that.
I'm disrespectful, I'm rude, I'm this, I'm that. This is what I have to deal with, and nobody says anything like about that. So if I can finish, please.
What stage have you been on?
No problem. I haven't been on any stage, but you can tell your platform is up to you. Out of respect for you, Peabody, Mr. Nagbe, Sarah, Tomalin, Mr. Gayman, I will implore you to do some diligence. And honestly speaking, I will kindly ask you to go back and watch the show. If you come back and you tell me you do not hear that Sylvester made a statement of you can act like angels, but in your backyard, you have messes that you don't talk about. So I mentioned my father consulted on this project and everything that I mentioned, that he advised against the project.
I think we're going back. It's almost 10 o'clock. We got to go to bed.
So
I think we need to stop.
I'm gonna get off.
If you don't see, you need to apologize. But I think your choice of word was very bad. You got to apologize.
Okay, that's fine. So if you guys cannot go back to like watch the tip and confirm why I said what I said, then no problem. If you guys do and you come back and you say he didn't say that, I will apologize. Otherwise, it's okay. Whatever you guys want to do, I respect it.
All right, guys. With that said,
thank you.
Fanta, and I apologize. With that said, we'll discuss.
And people, yes, but I don't want someone going to the show. But I don't want nobody to apologize to me. One thing I didn't grow up with this kind of a line. But yes, what I want to say clearly. We were in Peabody, not Peabody, sorry. Mr. Nagbe, our senior man, Mr. Nagbe, and Cyril, even Gayman himself. The word mess I talk about, Gayman and I was the one I even referred to. The mess I talk about on the show was about the project. I said that project was a mess. All of those that worked on that project were all mess because they did a very messy project. Listen, I'm not one person that will come on and it's just a difficulty. So then when you find yourself, it's difficult. Sometimes it's embarrassing again. Like we'll be on this line or saying, I'm not here to say I've never told anybody I've been on Wall Street. I don't come above counting what I can do or what I've done. I'm not here to do that. But my point is that we ought to be very fair enough. If we have the energy and be full-throated about hating on other people, and then when it comes to our own side, because we have some personal relationship that we want to defend it. If you came in and refer to former president as criminal, as this, as that, no one on the show will even say any other thing. We need to balance this show. You will refer to someone that have played a role that no one ever close to you will ever get close to. You didn't respect the president, the leader of the country. No one want to say anything. Then you came to, she brought the whole thing up about her father consulted on that project. If it is true her father consulted on that project was amazing. I mean, all of the thing or the noise they talk about that he did, he's now a competent person because that was a messy project. And that's what we said. I didn't bring it out. The project, Chico had to kind of rescue that project. That's what we're saying here. So
your father was the one that was not a competent person. Your father was not a competent person.
They work on the kind of thing and he work on a competent person to do this. It would be the level of.
I don't know about you, but I want to end the show.
Your father was not a.
It would be the level of doing the record.
That end there, Sylvester.
Yeah. You have the that's the kind of way the program, the show went. So if you have this kind of a thing,
I think it's just to end it now. The both of their tempos are high. Let's leave it there.
All right, guys. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Good night.